front of us. Keep quiet.
Come on! Aiden, Babaden! Aiden!
Mia?
Aiden, where are you?
That's a bad idea, Mia.
If it was a good one, it wouldn't be fun.
What are you doing? Mia, not on the wall.
Stop talking and give me your hand.
Aiden. Everything okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Talk to me.
This hospital. I've been in one like this before.
A GRE facility. Well, there are a few of them around the city.
I'm having these memories. The person I'm looking for is Mia. She's my sister. I told you about Waltz before.
Mention something. Yeah.
I don't know. It's all mixed up in my head.
You suppressed the memory. Like I did of my third wife. Look, I'm sure the infection ain't helping. Chin up. We'll find the marker and clear out. Let's go.
Yeah, thanks. Sleeping Beauties.
Yeah, we have to walk past them. If you crouch and move slowly, they shouldn't notice you. Get too close, and you're done for. You probably know that already.
I do, yeah. What is that?
Chemicals. Nasty shit. When they lost control of the virus, the GRE started spraying the whole city with that filth. Worked out great for him, huh? So, this guy you told me about, what was his name? Waltz?
Yes.
Why did you mention him?
Because I remember he was doing some kind of experiment.
He wasn't the only one doing them. There were more cities like Villador, with walls cut off from the rest of the world. Many people were working to the vaccine, Aiden. But, well, the world is full of shitheads. All right. Be careful. It's not stable. Come on. Slowly. You alive?
I guess so.
Can you climb up?
Sure, just give me a sec.
Hurry. We're running out of time.
I can't make it.
Wait. I've got an idea. Remember the cocktail I served you earlier at the girls' workshop?
Inhibitors.
Exactly. You fell to the first floor. There's some GRE storage down there. Look for white, green crates. Inhibitors should be inside. If you take another dose, you should get your strength back.
We got company. A volatile.
Don't move. You can handle that.
I know. I've seen this fucker.
Aiden, hurry. If that infected finds you, you're dead.
Aiden, Aiden, quick! This way to the kitchen. We'll eat all the ice cream they hid from us.
I'm scared, Mia.
Yeah, me too. And I'm younger. Don't be a chicken, Edie.
What if the doctor sees us?
He won't. Besides, he'd have to catch us too. Come on, don't back out now.
Don't be a chicken, 80.
What's up?
I took the inhibitor.
Fantastic. Go back to the elevator.
Hello? Hakon? Hakon!
Hurry. I found the markers. Quick. You were gone a while. How are you feeling?
I'm infected, but good to go.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry about this.
What? Sorry about what?
About that. On behalf of all its whores, bandits, and idiots, I christen you a citizen of Villador. Fuck. You're about to turn. Get into the light fast. Run. Told you, they were speedy motherfuckers. Ah.
Hakon!
That was close. Oh, what would you do without me, Pilgrim? Huh?
I never wanted to become a pilgrim. I just sort of fell into it. I roam the country for another reason entirely. I'm looking for my sister.
And then what?
And then,
What will you do once you find your sister?
haven't thought about that.
Well, that's odd.
Well, there'll be time for that, once I find her.
Once you find her. Well, I have a very specific plan.
You look like someone with a specific plan.
I'd like to live by the ocean. You know, it's supposed to be easier there. I always wanted to learn how to surf.
What, you find a bunch of old postcards or something?
Ah, don't laugh at my dreams, man. I know one thing. I have to get out of this city. It's killing me, right from the inside. Will you help me?
The ocean's a long way from here. And we're both infected. People don't want pilgrims for their neighbors.
Fuck people. I will help you with them. And you can help me survive on the road. You know the routes. You know how to survive out in the open. What do you think? We cover each other's asses. How does that sound?
Okay, let's do it.
Awesome. Deal. You won't regret this, Aiden. I promise. As for your goal, here's the situation around here. After the PK commander was murdered, they blocked the route to the center. They're trying to keep the killer from escaping. To get to Fisheye, we have to outsmart them. But I know when they change the night guard. That will be our chance. I'm gonna get the stuff we'll need for the passage. I have to suss out our odds. Meantime, take a look around. Live a little. Come on. Let me show you something. Here. You'll need these. Take a look around the city. Old Villedor. Plenty of interesting spots to check out. You see the church? That's where the Howlers were after us. It's the center of the district. You can find notice boards with missing people around the city. One of them is near the church. Maybe somehow you'll find something about your sister there. And if not, just have fun. The world's already ended, right? How could things get any worse? I'll be back in touch when I've got a handle on things.
where you're going. What a day. No frigging way I can do it. 5 years of learning and all for nothing. I just have to get it right this time. Believe me.
Aiden, how's it been, kid? Got a date for City Life yet?
I've been here and there.
You know, the best parties always happen in the center. And that's where we're going. I have a plan for how to get there. I'll tell you everything on the spot. Meet me on the roof near the main metro station.
No need to be shy. Welcome, my boy.
Another satisfied customer.
Here at the bazaar, you will get a fair deal. I live to serve. This saves me from having to order more. Heaven must have sent you. I needed that. Good sir, I was looking for one of those. I have been having trouble stocking those. Lucky for me, you had that. I am happy to have satisfied you, my friend.
Take your pick, son. Bold choice, son. One of Sophie's favorite. You are always welcome here.
How may I satisfy that glint in your eye?
Might have some work for you.
Thank you, my friend. Safe travels.
Don't recognize me? Or are you allergic to making money? Listen, Pilgrim. We can make a killing, you and me. You just need to get me some beets, radishes, parsnips.
There he is. Grab him, Ed. He's a murderer.
What?
Julian, Luke's been poisoned. From the water you sold him, Bevan says.
What? But I don't sell water.
Liar. Luke told me he got it from you. Whatever's in it has him ranting and raving now.
You sure he didn't blame me after he started renting?
Oh, wait a minute. Do you have proof?
Of course. The water came in a bottle. Luke got that water in one of your bottles. When I tell Carl about this, you'll hang!
Bevan, wait! I swear, I don't even sell water, damn it!
If you're lying, Julian, you're fucking toast.
Wait, so then, if you're not selling water, how'd someone get a hold of one of your bottles?
Knowing that shithead Luke, he probably stole it. That would be like him. Even if he did, my water's pure as melted snowflakes.
So, maybe it's revenge.
For what? Everyone loves me. Never had an enemy in my life. Wait a second. Wait. Shit. Except maybe Marco. That bastard. Come to think of it, he's got an axe to grind for me. It was a long time ago. Never mind. Listen. He lives above an old shop on the west end of Villador, on Houndfield Lane. I traded him a few kilos of my finest flour for the water. Prove he poisoned it, and half my flour is yours. Can you do that for me?
I guess I could check it out.
And there's one more thing. I'm a little embarrassed. Hans might also have a bottle of this water.
I thought you weren't selling it.
I'm not, except, well, to Hans, and can you go warn him? He's also on Houndfield, a few buildings down.
Something's fishy about this, Julian. Look, you better be telling the truth, otherwise it'll be hard to help you.
Five years of learning, and all for nothing.
What's the problem?
Hey, aren't you the pilgrim they wanted to hang? Man, you were in luck there. I could use some of that luck. I'm Alberto's apprentice. Not for long, probably. It's the third time I'm taking a shot at this test. If I fail again, Craftmaster Alberto's gonna kick me out.
What's this test about?
Our goats. They're kept in cages because they eat crops. But life in cages makes them sad, and they give less milk. So I came up with the idea of a fence, energized with just a tiny bit of voltage. That would keep the goats under control, but let them produce more milk. I called this invention the electric fence.
So, what seems to be the problem with this invention of yours?
I just need some electric parts. I'll dismantle them for resistors and other useful things. I'm missing a few parts, and they're not that easy to get. I'm worried I won't be ready on time. Maybe you could help me. If you find them for me, I'll give you one of my super cool inventions.
Nothing to do with goats, I hope.
Nah, something much more interesting. You'll see. As far as I know, they could be found in two places. One's an old hardware store on Fitzwilliam Place, near the water tower. Alberto says they'll be there for sure. But it's a dark place, full of turned creatures. You have to go there at night.
And the other option?
Whatever's left of military patrols. I know of one place south of Horseshoe, near the old electrical substation.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. But I can't promise anything.
I would be very grateful.
Welcome to the bazaar shop, my friend.
Years of learning, and all for nothing. I just happened to get it right this time.
Who did
Bazaar's a grungy place.
Something's going. That fucker's in the wrong place.
Who's that over there?
We got. I've spotted someone. Help!
We should take a look. Anyone else? Me and my friends will kick your ass! I see something.
I don't like the look of that.
How can I hook you up?
Looking forward to your return.
Sorry. No, no.
Those
Not
have
at
been
all.
elusive till now.
It's just, that's not really. I'm not
Please
really.
tell your friends about my little
The finest
Sorry.
merch.
I thought. No worries. Really.
Stuff
Now this
around.
is awkward. Just a bit.
That's very special, my boy. You want more of the finest? Come back here.
Find something you like in the bazaar?
Five years of
Howdy.
learning
It's
and
nice
all
to
for
see you.
nothing. I just have to get it right this time. Alberto needs to see it.
I gave you money to buy water, and what did you do?
Sometimes I venture out at street level, just to look at the shops and signs from before the fall. Don't know why, but they fascinate me. Psst, you. Got water for sale? I'll pay half a crystal per gallon. A little space, please?
Great. Another water thief. Just what I need. Between thieves and infected, I'll be out of business soon.
I'm here because a guy named Julian claims you sold him poisoned water.
I didn't poison anything. All right?
Julian claims otherwise.
Sure. Listen to the guy who sold me flour mixed with plaster. If you're not the thief, how are you with infected? I need to get rid of those things down there. If not, I'm done here. Poison water or not.
Okay, I'll get rid of the infected, and you tell me what happened. Deal?
Sure. Deal. way, kid.
All right, okay, you're safe. Now, what's the story with the water?
Wait. So you really are one of those fucked up pilgrims.
Like, fucked up?
Now we're safe. Gotta be a fucking criminal. Or pretty damn fucked up to drag your ass hundreds of miles through a world full of virals. Fucked up in a good way, of course.
So, what about the water?
There ain't nothing wrong with my water.
The man at the bazaar was poisoned. You'll be blamed if he dies.
Ah. Damn it. Okay. It was an accident. Okay? An accident. It's because of these goddamn thieves.
Thieves?
They're always stealing my water. I can't take it anymore. So, I decided to set the trap.
So, you deliberately poisoned the water to kill the bandits?
Not quite. At least, I didn't mean to. A while ago, I killed this viral that came crawling in here. And the fucker fell straight into a tub. The whole tub fucking ruined. Then I got this idea. Why don't I teach these bastards a lesson? So I filled some bottles with the zombie water, sent them out where they'd be easy to see. They were never supposed to make it into the bazaar. Guess I was sauced up and accidentally sold a few bottles to Julian. Look, I'll give you all the flour I got. I'll even throw something extra. Just don't tell anybody. I'd be ruined.
Don't blame Julian and he'll hang.
Don't you worry about Julian. A weasel like him will find a way to weasel out of it. And if not, then that's one weasel less in the world. So, we got a deal?
Just be honest and tell your story to the bazaar. It was an accident.
You nuts? No one would buy even a drop of water from me ever again.
I won't let Julian hang for something he didn't do.
Fuck Julian. I got my own skin to save. So that's a story you ain't going to tell.
Hans?
Let me go!
Hans, you there? Hans?
What the hell?
Stop! Don't drink that water!
Water? This isn't water. Oh, that moron must have taken the wrong bottle again. Forget his own head if it weren't stuck on his shoulders.
Hey, what did you mean by the wrong bottle?
He always takes a little rocket fuel with him when he goes hunting. But the booze is right here. That means he's got water.
Where is he?
And what business is that of yours?
The water he got from Julian. It might be contaminated.
He's hunting at this, the military tower, a few hundred meters west of here. Unless he's at the courts.
I'll go to the tower. You check the courts, fast.
Wait, wait! Take the booze with you, in case he's already drunk some of the water. I bet what's in this bottle will kill whatever's in that one.
Hans? Hans?
You old fool.
Hans? Hans? Are you Hans?
What do you want?
Did you drink any of that water?
Goddamn right I did. Tasted like piss.
Shit. That may have been poison, Hans.
One sip, then I spat the shit right out. Must have mixed up the bottles again. Whatever.
Whatever? Are you usually this calm about being poisoned?
Who gives a shit? Not my wife, I bet. Don't think she loves me anymore.
It's your booze. Take it. Your wife said chug. Drink it already!
Bullshit.
What?
My wife said that? My Anna?
She thinks the alcohol's strong enough to burn the poison out of your system.
Ha! My woman. So she loves me after all, despite her bitching and moaning. And they say romance is dead. Here, for making my day. And maybe saving my life.
Look, you need any help getting back?
Nah, I'm good. Me and this bottle of booze still got some work to do.
everyone. This is...
Hear that? What the fuck was that?
Who knows? I might look good in a uniform.
What's going on?
Bevan's husband is dead. Julian's been accused of murdering him by poisoning his water.
Aiden, please, tell them it wasn't me.
Julian is innocent. A viral fell into a supplier's storage tub. The guy drunkenly sold Julian contaminated water. It wasn't a murder.
You'd swear to that before the Bazaar Council?
Yeah.
Where's that supplier? He's going to stand trial in—
Marco is dead. I killed him.
And my job here is done.
It's okay. I forgive you. That scum Marco got what he deserved. Thank you, Aiden. Half of my flour is yours.
Yeah, the flour mixed with plaster?
Huh? No. Where'd you hear that? Oh, yeah, so once, but, yeah, you know, it...
Yeah, keep the plaster. Just pay me and we'll be even.
All right. I'll tell Bevan what happened.
Someone's been stealing water. Nobody's doing anything about it.
A fine selection, don't you agree? Many have asked about this.
Find something you like?
It's been my pleasure, good sir.
What strikes your fancy, my boy? Fantastic!
I wonder what the hell is going on in the central loops that PK's restricted access.
Great quality.
Some say the renegades are about to attack.
A critical purchase. I am thankful for customers like you.
Others are cheaters and thieves, not me.
Man, I don't want to end up drinking my own pee. Someone's got to do something about the water situation.
It will be a pleasure to serve you.
There are rumors that the lost Garden of Eden is found under a glass ceiling somewhere on Old Mound Street.
Thank you for visiting my humble shop. Be well, my friend.
This everything, handcrafted. Nice one, son. Nice one. Ah, had your eye on that, did you? Pleased with your purchases? I craft and carry marvels at your fingertips. Just tell me what you wish. What a choice! I stand ready to all you need right here to come and visit again.
You cannot go wrong here, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Just what I needed. Your business is more than welcome.
You like what you see, eh? A man after my own heart. The best over the bazaar is here for you.
I am sure you will be pleased, sir. Here at the bazaar, these go rather quickly.
All new infant items. Auf it, bye.
Bill, how's New Paris holding up? I have a cousin there.
I ain't been in the bazaar today. The wind is blowing from the east. That's a bad omen.
Please, allow me to serve you. Please, feast your eyes.
Looks like no
I thank you for your custom.
nature takes pity and gives us some rain. Someone with moon-sized balls who wanted to send a message.
What were you even thinking? I've never seen someone bunch of jobs so badly in my life.
Very strong.
Can you hear yourself?
Hakon.
You're a better climber than one crazy girl I used to know. She was something. She even wanted to climb the tallest building in the city, the VNC Tower.
Was she one of your wives?
Almost. Too hot-tempered, even for my tastes.
What about this passage to the center?
Right. Look, from this roof you can clearly see the Peacekeeper's base.
So the PK run the city?
They sure think they do. That's what they need the uniforms and ranks for. They tattoo them. They're fucking obsessed with hierarchy. But they don't control the city. At least not all of it.
Who controls the rest?
The Colonel. The Renegades. Oh, you won't meet them here. For now.
Wait, you brought me here to take a look at the Peacekeepers?
The PK are your ticket to the center. I told you the only way to get there is through the metro tunnels. I'll go inside and draw their attention away from the platform. Then you enter the metro technical station. There's an airlock there. We'll take it together to the central loop.
We can't just ask them to let me through?
No chance. Right now, each new face they see belongs to a suspect in their commander's murder. They know me. I trade with them sometimes. I deliver lamps from the girls, or goods from dark zones. There might be a few infected there. Nothing a pilgrim can't handle, though. When you get to the main station, let me know. Now you better get some sleep. You'll head out at night, when there's less infected in the tunnels.
Hakon, there's a creature I haven't seen before.
What does it look like?
Not a big one. Extremely fast.
Probably a bolter. You can find some interesting stuff on them. But catching one requires serious hunting skills. Now is not the best time for this, Aiden. Head for the tunnels.
I'm in the tunnel.
Okay. Now watch out for the infected. There might be a few, or a few dozen. I'm already in the PK base. I'll throw a UV flare through the vent, and you'll see how to get to the main station.
Parts for Carlos and his groundbreaking fence. Hope he's still waiting at the bazaar. Hack on. I got to the flare.
Look around. The technical tunnel to the main station should be well lit. I've already lured the guards upstairs. I'll chat them up while you get inside.
Oh, shit! Hack on. Situation here. Hack on.
Slowly. I ain't Mother Teresa, you know.
I'll give you 2 packs and not a single cig more.
Nah, never mind then. Bye.
Wait, show us some of those photos at the free. I said, what the hell? Can you? 3 packs.
Takon, I'm inside.
5 packs. Think about it, and I'll be right back.
I'm on the platform.
Open the airlock. I'll be there in a second.
I didn't see anything. You're safe. Just let me go.
Damn.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Where did he come from?
He was wandering through the tunnels. Fucking bizarre riffraff.
More like a renegade spy.
Doesn't look like a renegade.
He's awake. What were you doing at our base?
I'm only trying to get to the city center.
The center? The tunnel's gonna be closed until you hand over Lucas's killers. Bizarre scum. How is it that you lot saw nothing, heard nothing, and you managed to forget about the ban on passage? Maybe we'll start punishing you by cutting off your hands. That would improve your memory, huh? What were you doing 4 days ago?
I'm a pilgrim. 4 days ago, I was 100 kilometers away.
Enough, Anderson. We need the truth, and you won't get it through coercion.
But Commander Lucas always
is
said...
dead, and now I'm in command. You've read the reports? A pilgrim appeared in the bazaar yesterday. Looks like he's not lying. Leave us, Sergeant. I want to talk to him alone. Where did you come from?
From Crossdale River.
That's over 1,500 kilometers from here.
It's actually more than 2,000. The freeway bridges collapsed. There are no straight paths.
And you've managed to make it so far away. Impressive. What's it like out there these days?
When was the last time you were out of the city?
About 15 years ago.
Well, then there are that many fewer survivors. And that many more infected.
Stands to reason. Most people endure living in this hellhole because what's out there's got to be so much worse. My wife and I lived in England. I had 2 sisters, 2 brothers. Haven't heard from them for 10 years.
Where did they live?
In and around London.
From what I've been told, London doesn't exist. There may be 4 settlements left on the entire island.
Fucking hell.
Why would anyone think I killed your commander?
You tried to escape to the Central Loop 4 days after the murder. Besides, if I were Carl, I'd hire a stranger to kill Lucas too. It's the cleanest way.
Well, I don't know who Carl is.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Carl keeps both hands on the steering wheel. He's a faux sanctimonious prick who's turning the entire bazaar against us, even though we protect them.
What's it like outside the walls? You never know where danger's gonna come from. Always new territories, new threats.
And you came here to take shelter?
I came here because I'm looking for someone. And a lot of people are said to have survived in Villador.
You're looking for someone? Maybe I can help you, but not for free.
I'm used to trading. What do you need?
No nonsense. That's good. The tunnel will be closed until I find our commander's murderer, Commander Lucas. His body was found in the bazaar, horribly mutilated. The people of the bazaar aren't making this easy. They're proud and loyal. They refuse to turn anyone in. But Command has lost its patience. I have orders from the top, Pilgrim. If the inhabitants of Old Villador continue to revolt, our army will come here and burn the bazaar to the ground. Now, I'd rather avoid that.
And what do you need from me?
Lucas had a weapon. A rare set of brass knuckles called the Lazarus. This is the key to finding the killer. If you learn anything about the Lazarus, tell me, and I will most certainly return the favor. It's worth a lot, and we didn't find it on his body. I think someone from the bazaar may have appropriated it.
And why should I work with you? You attacked me and accused me of murder with no proof whatsoever.
Our mistake. You're clearly not the murderer.
Why can't you investigate on your own? I hardly know anyone here.
That's exactly why you can help me. Nobody will talk to us. To them, we're occupiers. The fact that we clear the streets of the infected and catch criminals doesn't matter. What matters is that we eat their food and drink their water. But you're a pilgrim. There are many ways you can help people. And you're from the outside. They can trust you.
They tried to kill me.
Nah, look. We are your only chance. If you want to get to the center, that is. So, will you help me?
So if I find that weapon, you'll let me through to the center?
It's not that easy. Villador suffered much. First, it was isolated from the outside world because of infection. Then the walls became its salvation. But people here learned not to trust easily. I won't open the passage until I've caught the killer. But if you can find the Lazarus, I'll remember that. You'll be the first one through, once justice is done.
Sounds as if I have no other choice. I'll try.
Look around. Ask people. And don't come back empty-handed. Good luck.
Get killed.
Hey, Hakon. Are you there?
Aiden, buddy. Good you're alive.
Yeah? I got caught and questioned.
Good. They didn't kill you. Meet me outside.
Don't be afraid. I love conducting business at the Metro. I love doing business with customers like you.
Start rationing the water.
Want to take a look at something?
Done this weeks ago.
Good thing you had an extra. Wow, and PK quality too. Nice.
Aiden, come on. I'm on the roof next to the metro.
Better look out for you. Glad you stopped to see me.
700 times to random trash mods, and then violently uninstall some combination of their mod pack instance, Minecraft launcher, operating system, gaming system, or faith in God's vision of the universe using any convenient blunt object they can find. Those rare few who resist that instinctual response instead sequester themselves in the darkest bowels of Reddit, and are doomed to forever blast any passerby unfortunate enough to catch their attention with diatribes about how the pack is brutally unfair and incredibly unbalanced by any reasonable standard found in modern society. Naturally, when seeing these soliloquies decrying the lack of common sense, accessibility in game design, and basic human decency, members of this second camp, a rather smaller group of people whose thoughts on the pack are something akin to, "Oh hey, neat, they took the training wheels off," respond simply by saying, "Yes, that's the point." Of course, both of these 100% real strawman positions that I definitely didn't make up 5 minutes ago are entirely correct. The pack is brutally unfair and incredibly unbalanced, and once you know what you're doing, it rapidly becomes less so. Notably, what these two absolutely real positions don't encompass are the rare few special individuals who, when discovering that they have somehow lodged their unmentionables in the vice grip that is RLcraft, politely ask where they can locate the nearest forge press. I am nothing if not special, and while I can make no great claims about many of my skills, if there is one thing I know how to do, it is to find a forge press and start pounding. So, to that end, welcome to RLcraft. You might notice that it looks a little bit different than normal. That, my dear viewer, is because I am a masochist, and for some reason have come to the conclusion that doing one series focused on an extremely complicated and time-consuming mod pack with overly restrictive starting conditions somehow does not present enough of a demand on my already taxed allotment of free time. So we're doing a second one. I already did hardcore RLcraft, and that was way too easy, so I had to step it up a notch. Welcome to RLcraft, but Skyblock. I see precisely 0 ways this could go wrong, so let's get started. I have here a slightly tweaked version of the original Skyblock Island, containing within its structures 50 blocks of dirt, 27 blocks of grass, 3 blocks of sand, 1 block of bedrock for spawn point stability reasons, an oak tree, RLcraft style, and a chest. And in that chest, I have the OG starting kit of 2 blocks of ice, a bucket of lava, a melon seed, a pumpkin seed, a reed, 1 kind of each shiny mushroom, a bone, a cactus block, and 4 string. Well, okay, I say it's the OG starting chest, but I honestly don't actually remember what the OG starting chest had in it, so I just kind of sifted through the thousands of really stupid images from microtransaction-laced gacha minigame servers that rely on the Skyblock brand and pointless debasement of Minecraft's traditional balancing curve to obfuscate the financial motivation for their vacuous, unrewarding gameplay loops, until I found something that looked realistic and used that instead. I also gave myself a compass, because the debug menu is nerfed in RLcraft for immersion reasons, but biome identification is kind of difficult without terrain features. And I also gave myself a backup sapling because trees in this mod pack are, interesting. Despite this apparent wealth of resources, this starting setup is arguably worse than my start in GregTech New Horizons. Side note for new viewers, this channel basically exists to document the hell that is trying to beat quite possibly the single hardest mod pack ever designed after world editing every dimension in the pack to avoid world. It has been over a year now since I started that, and the series is still ongoing, and it kind of sets the tone for all of my other content, so welcome to the channel. Anyway, this starting setup is bad. With New Horizons, I at least had the luxury of accessing infinite, albeit vaguely inconvenient, sources of dirt, human skulls, and those weird solid item frame blocks that you get when you place items in the world with Draconic Evolution that I never used once. RLcraft doesn't have Draconic Evolution or a Gravestone mod, though, so right now I have a little over a stack of dirt, and that's basically it for building materials. Chopping down my tree requires tools, which requires flint or a crafting table and blocks of cobblestone, and even if I did get all of those, planting trees is gated behind experience requirements I can't satisfy, so that wouldn't help regardless. A stack of dirt is technically enough to make a mob farm, so I could increase my block count by farming for string, but any farm that I could make with that small of an amount of dirt would be incredibly slow and prone to sabotage via the nearly unlimited number of overpowered player extermination mechanisms that RLcraft has at its disposal. But, you know what I do have? a tree. And that might be all we need. Trees in RLcraft are universally reworked with the Dynamic Trees mod to allow for more realistic tree growth behavior. In an average RLcraft run, this is little more than an aesthetically upgraded version of Tree Capitator, since you are usually more concerned about not getting eviscerated by the local wildlife than you are about maintaining sustainable forestry practices. But one of the mod's intended selling points is that trees will dynamically adapt to the terrain they're growing in. They will expand when given free space and light, they will die back when they're shaded or cramped, and most importantly for me, they will heal when damaged. This process is not infinite. Trees extract nutrients from the soil block underneath them to power the healing process, and given enough time, those will deplete. But while the soil block under my starting tree lasts, I will have a fairly stable source of sticks, or acorns, depending on the season I harvest leaves from. And with sticks, I can craft mulch. And mulch is a block. You might think you know where this is going, but you would be wrong, because mulch is a block that, apparently has falling physics, which is news to me. And I did not anticipate this. And it also doesn't return an item when you break it, so... yeah, no, that's not particularly useful. So by the time I figure that out, it's almost nighttime, and the Lycanite mobs have started to do their thing violently. So while I spend the rest of the night having a very bad time, this seems like an excellent chance to clear up some of the inevitable questions people are going to have about the run and lay out the rules I'm working with. Rule 1, no cheating. Duh. The gloves are off when it comes to cinematic stuff like getting footage and fixing bugs and staging the world and all that other useful admin management stuff, but as much as possible I won't be using debug or creative mode to progress the game state. You would think that this is a pretty clear-cut rule, but there are a couple exceptions that I kinda had to carve out for some logistical reasons. The first is dealing with soft locks. In GregTech New Horizons, it is actually almost impossible to soft lock yourself unless you do something monumentally stupid with a small handful of critical non-renewable quest rewards that you get in the very early game. That is not the case here. I have already had to refill this start 3 times because of bad Lycanite mob spawns breaking my only tree, and I expect to use an aggressive amount of world backups going forward. I won't wantonly manipulate RNG with them or erase the consequences of my less than stellar decision making, but I will be doing the bare minimum to keep the run viable, just to save me the trouble of restarting from scratch every time I have an oopsie with my tree, and the bare minimum is probably gonna be a lot. The second exception is world generation. I will need access to different biomes to progress, and I don't currently have any way of pre-generating a void world with natural biome distributions in it, so what I'm actually doing is flying ahead to render the terrain and then deleting it with a map editor, which means I get to see the biomes in advance of bridging over to them on camera. This isn't really all that functionally different from just using an atlas, which is an in-game item that you get by like day 2 if you want it, or just a mini-map mod, but, you know, someone would have complained and someone would have asked, so for your benefit, that's what's going on here. Anyway, Too Long Didn't Listen is that Rule 0 is no cheating except when it's fine, actually. Don't worry about it too much. Rule 2, the run ends when I defeat the Amalgalich, which is the endgame Lycanite boss, and hardcore RLcraft players will already see a problem with this. Rule 3 is no leaving the overworld. The Nether is really easy to get into and would ruin the whole premise of this challenge. The end is inaccessible unless you really want to do some interesting things with chunk reversion, and without the Nether, the lost cities are a bit more literally lost than usual because you just can't get Sinazite for the lamps. To get around the obvious conflicts that Rule 3 has with Rule 2, I have instead modified my Lycanites instance to let me complete all of the dimension-specific boss summoning rituals in the overworld. Everything else about them remains the same, though. And finally, Rule 4. The game stays on hard mode, unless there is a very clear mechanistic reason why it has to change, like there's a bug or a soft lock or something that I have to get around. I honestly can't think of any reason why that would be the case, but who knows, really? So now for game modifications. In addition to the aforementioned Lycanite tinkering and some meaningless UI changes that I make for cosmetic reasons, I have disabled the entirety of Enhanced Visuals, which is the mod that covers your screen in visual garbage whenever you dare do such audacious activities as try to play the game. This is arguably cheating because the obstructed vision is an intended game mechanic, but I feel very strongly that being able to see is an enjoyable part of the gameplay experience, so that mod can go pound sand. I've also thrown on Optifine and Silder's shaders to try and change up the appearance of a game a bit, and have aggressively disabled all of the fog effect options whenever I could find them because they permanently turned my world into pea soup at this altitude, and, as previously stated, I like being able to see. And finally, as a concession to not reloading save games anytime I see a mob ever, I've also enabled Keep Inventory. This run is basically impossible to keep viable as it is. I do not need to be worrying about dropping my starting items on top of all of the issues that come from RLCraft deciding that it wants to any percent speed run the Geneva suggestions on my portable meat sack every 3.7 seconds. So, there you have it. Back to the game. By the time the sun bothers to grace me with its presence, I have already died about half a dozen times to a rather excessive number of air elementals, taking personal insult to my continued existence. But the night wasn't without its benefits. For example, I am now the proud owner of a bunch more sticks, courtesy of the Giving Tree, and I was also able to secure some whirlwind charges and feathers from the few elementals that I successfully beat off with them. None of this is useful in any way, but sure, we'll roll with it. Now that the sun is up and I am marginally more safe from persistent harassment, it is time to try the other block-producing option in my arsenal. Good old-fashioned cobblestone farming. I may not be able to pick up the stuff the normal way, but I can build a blob of stone and punch some holes in it, which should be more than sufficient for a primitive mob farm. The only trick to remember here is that ice doesn't turn into water if you break it with your hands anymore, you gotta melt it. Conveniently for me, I happen to come pre-equipped with a bucket of molten rock, which tends to have a temperature rarely described as ice cold, so after adding watching ice melt to the ever-growing list of increasingly stupid things I've done to produce these videos, I can start reliving my first classic Skyblock experience with a twist. And the twist is, in fact, testicular torsion, thanks for asking. This is because, rather than risking my lava by casting water on lava, I opt instead for the much safer and cleaner and slower approach of casting lava onto water. This makes nice pretty stone blocks instead of cobblestone monstrosities, and the slow-flowing lava is far easier to control and reduces the risk of accidentally casting something I don't want. It also takes an eternity. And it also has the unfortunate side effect of boiling me alive because, wouldn't you know it, lava is hot and simple survival has not stopped existing. Thankfully, having a life expectancy measured in picoseconds does a lot to mitigate the inconveniences caused by hyperthermia, and between my inability to walk in a straight line and the flatulence of the friendly neighborhood sky demons, picoseconds is pretty generous. After a couple days of flailing around aimlessly with a bucket, I end up with what is basically just a giant rock pancake sitting off the side of my island. I had intended to make it bigger before trying to do anything with it, but a couple of creepers decided to volunteer themselves on my main island, and I would be remiss if I wasted the opportunity for some freebies. When a player breaks stone in RLCraft, the stone drops a rock item, which has to be crafted into cobblestone blocks. This is not the case with non-player block-breaking interactions, which behave as normal, and this is sad news for me because the rock items can be turned into flint shards, which would circumvent the whole no tools problem pretty quickly, but it does mean that after getting blown into the weird ghetto I've accidentally made under my island with my questionable lava casting practices, I can net myself a single block of cobblestone. Woo. Gameplay. Having a giant brick of stone with some creeper damage in it is great and all, but other than making an aesthetic statement best summarized with a sound clip of a particularly moist fart, it is not terribly useful. So I spend another couple of days using dirt, water, and lava quenching to 3D print myself a mob farm design that I affectionately call the Noob Tube. More accurately, I spend another couple of days beating the living daylights out of some air elementals and another few minutes printing the mob farm, but semantics. If the name didn't give it away, the Noob Tube is a glorified sewer pipe with some holes carved in it for easy punching access, and it is monstrously inefficient by any reasonable standard of Minecraftian engineering. It is way too high up in the world, it is absolutely microscopic, the shape that it's in is wholly unconducive to efficient vanilla mob farming, much less modded mob farming, and I'm fairly certain that it only actually produced 2 mobs in the entire time that it existed. At the time, my theory was that this was a good thing, because having less mobs means that it's safer to take them out, because right now I have a snowball's chance in Satan's armpit of surviving a normal amount of mob spawns, so surely this is a good thing, and not just me coping extremely hard at my unwillingness to do things correctly the first time, right? So yeah, to the surprise of nobody whatsoever, the Noob Tube doesn't do much of anything other than take up space and look ugly, so I really quickly needed to find myself something else to occupy my time with. My stick supply is still holding strong, my oak tree isn't gonna be dropping acorns until the fall, which is optimistically another 30 days from now. My chest loot is useless, and my so-called mob farm is equally useless. So that means it's construction or playing patty cake with the friendly neighborhood sky fauna. I chose construction, but instead of making an actually decent bog standard skyblock mob farm, which is what I should have done from the start, I am now working on the unusual task of building a squid farm. Don't let the Noob Tube fool you. Not all of my ideas are bad. But the squid farm fits firmly in the category. When you think about it, on the face of it, squid farming is a really strong early game strategy for this kind of weird RL craft themed skyblock situation I've put myself in. This is because, unlike literally every other mob generation option available to me right now, squids generally will struggle to soft lock my island, blow up their mob farm, or separate various parts of my anatomy in 0.2 femtoseconds if I so much as dare to breathe in their general direction. The lack of any other valid spawn locations and separate mob caps also mean that spawn rates will be high, and farming mobs that don't kill me instantly gets around the inconvenient mechanic that is losing my XP on death. That is still a thing, by the way, even with Keep Inventory enabled, and I have no idea why. I kind of like it, actually, because Keep Inventory was only ever a concession towards run viability, but that does mean leveling up is going to present some logistical issues, because currently I retain XP about as well as a lubed up colander retains water. I'm both lazy and strapped for materials, so my squid farm design is less of a squid farm and more of an overcompensation fountain with a collection trough. But it does technically work, which is an improvement. During the daytime, at least. When night falls and all the low, wide-level Lycanite mobs start making themselves known, the farming platform becomes basically uninhabitable, which isn't really all that different from the rest of my island, but it does make stacking levels a tad bit more impossible than usual. Regardless, I will still take what I can get, and what I'm getting right now is fat stacks of 1 to 3 points of XP per kill. Yeah. Squid may not be known for their eruditic drop rates, but there are a lot of them, and compared to the big old nothing that I was producing earlier, this is technically an upgrade. Things stay like this for a while. During the night, I beat the living, undead, or corporeally dubious snot out of whatever decides it wants to tango with me, and it returns the favor in spades. Once day breaks, I then head down to the squid farm to see what microscopic amounts of XP, if any, I'm able to save from the night before, and then resume brutally dismembering helpless sea creatures with my bare hands. Inevitably, doing this makes some progress. RLCraft's XP progression system is almost exclusively focused around combat, so my purposes it is largely pointless to invest levels in 90% of the upgrades it offers until later. In this run, progress is instead measured by how many points I can cram into farming, which unlocks, at high enough levels, bone meal usage, crop harvesting, and sapling planting. I will need to do quite a lot of all of those when I finally crack the no wood problem, so I might as well work towards them now. I also unlock Level Up Reloaded, and select the More XP from Mob Kills perk. Crafting is objectively a better early game option, but it requires me to have resources to craft with, so I will make do with a small buff to my mob farming. Level Up Reloaded even has a few utility options that aren't strictly focused on beating the snot out of helpless creatures, but most of them aren't terribly helpful, and the only one that I could even make use of this early on in the game is a passive called Treasure Hunting, which has the rare and special luxury of being one of the few options that will actively be bad this early on in the run. On paper, it sounds great, because with it skilled up, you have a small chance of rarely spawning a random item selected from a very broad loot table whenever you break shovel-compatible blocks, even if you don't break them with a shovel. Unfortunately, when you roll this random item chance, I'm fairly certain the random item replaces the block that you would have dug up instead of being given in addition to it, so in the long term, I would end up converting all of my dirt into garbage, which is bad. When I'm not farming XP or fighting for my life and failing abysmally, I'm working on expanding my island around the starting tree and thinking my way around the predicament that I have placed myself in. Unlike in New Horizons, where all of my efforts were initially focused on getting literally any wood at all, please, God, I beg you, my problem is a bit more nuanced thanks to No Tree Punching, the mod that reworks Day 1 progression. The intended progression path when starting out is to punch leaves for sticks and gravel for flint, break the flint into shards, make a knife, use the knife to cut grass, use the plant fiber from the grass to make string, use a stick, flint shard, and piece of string to make your first axe, chop down a tree, chop the logs into planks with your axe, craft a crafting table, craft a pickaxe using flint shards, string, and a stick, mine rock, get rock and craft it into rock blocks, and then craft stone tools. This introduces a few potential issues, and we can only work our way around some of them. The axe can be used to fell trees, but it isn't a hard requirement because explosions also work, so I could use a creeper to blow the base of the tree up instead, but that doesn't help because you also need the axe to split logs into planks for the crafting bench, and there is no way around this that I'm aware of. If you are following along, this actually means I need to solve 2 resource problems, not 1. The first is that I'm going to need a renewable source of logs without chopping my tree down, which requires me to either farm trees with acorns that I don't have and can't harvest reliably until autumn, or to figure something else out. The second is that I need either an axe of some sort or a piece of flint to make one. It is to my great pleasure that I inform you that these problems have solutions. It is with my great regret that I inform you that these solutions are lycanite mobs, and wood in the form of oak logs is by far the easiest of the 2. My island is located in an area with a number of different forest-like biomes, which tend to passively spawn lycanite mobs, with loot tables best summarized as salad. Of particular note, ents, cowpods, and tree ants have a chance of dropping oak logs in addition to whatever plant-themed garbage they give you, which should save me from having to wait another 30 days before I can farm acorns and get a tree farm going. Ents are ambulatory bonsai bushes and can safely be beaten to death with a stick as long as they aren't in water, and cowpods are basically just your average-sized American cockroach, so killing both of those is as easy as it gets in ROcraft. Tree ents are, more of an issue, but they're actually really rare, so I'm not too worried about a natural spawn showing up. The real problem is getting any of these mobs to spawn in the first place, which is where my giant stone platform comes in. In addition to passive spawning, cowpods and ants have a small chance of appearing anytime a leaf block is broken. As long as I'm careful, and make sure to only break leaf blocks far enough away that the cowpod or ant spawns won't break the tree branches, this should let me keep trying to farm the things as long as the nutrient levels of my tree hold up. Go-Go Gadget, Aggressive Topiary. And, of course, the first spawn drops nothing. As does the second, unless you count pumpkin seeds, in which case it drops pumpkin seeds. Why do I need pumpkin seeds? I don't, but I have them now. And the third gives me sticks. Oh boy, I love sticks. Yeah, that seems like something I'm really running low on. But the fourth one is much more cooperative and costs up 2 oak logs, which should theoretically be enough for a crafting table, maybe, so huzzah! That was the easy part. And now for the flint. The Lycanite mobs that drop flint are almost exclusively limited to spawning in deserts and desert variant biomes, and if the torrential rain and my general lack of constantly being massively overheated is any indication, I am not presently located in one of those. Fortunately for me, I have the power of being the person who built the world, and with this power comes the knowledge that there's a red desert located somewhere roughly to my southwest. How convenient. I wonder why that's the case. Unfortunately for me, I still haven't figured out any other renewable source of building materials yet, so I get to bridge over to the desert one bucket of water at a time. Splish splash, this run is making me want to take a bath with my pet toaster oven. One neat thing I do discover during the process is that if you kill an ant while it's on fire, it drops coal in addition to wood. So I'm now 8 coal and technically 2 blocks of oak wood richer from that little experience. I say technically because I accidentally placed the log down and I can't pick them back up without an axe, but I could just split those two when I do get an axe and save the others for later, I guess. So sure, that works. So, I made it to the desert biome. Hindsight being 2020, I really ought to have made the bridge at a much lower Y level, because the whole exercise shined a spotlight on some of the less elaborated on flaws in the whole 3D print the island strategy that I've been working with. I'm not really sure what's going on underneath the bridge right now, but my island now looks like this. And that seems less than ideal in a world where progression is strictly dependent on having a healthy control of my mob cap. So, yeah, that's gonna be fun. Anyway, that's gonna be a project that future Goose with a pickaxe will get to solve later. Let's worry about getting flint first. My grand, glorious, and perfectly flawless plan here is to kind of just make a big plate and hope I get lucky. I don't really know what all can spawn in deserts other than a couple of mobs that I specifically looked up to confirm that they drop flint and spawn in deserts, and there is a very real chance for anything I build to get obliterated by some ridiculous nonsense stuff, so I can't really be bothered to try and come up with something better right now. After a solid night of doing precisely nothing productive other than blowing up my noob tube for some free cobble and liberating an overdue library book on skincare routines from one of the locals, I have seen precisely nothing spawn on the platform. From this, I conclude that my problem here is an insufficient amount of Daka, which requires me to build a larger platform. Well, we know how to do that, don't we? Platform expansion is going along fine, unless you count the persistent attention from the locals, until I am suddenly interrupted by a certain looming presence in the distance. This is, of course, a tree ant, one of those incredibly rare mobs that I never expected to encounter with my abysmally low spawn rate. Hello there, friend. How's the weather up there? So obviously I want to kill this thing. Tree ants drop goodies in quantities matched only by their incredible girth, and I would love to get me some wood, so I immediately set out to start burning the thing to death. Yeah, well, it's not like I was gonna punch it, so I gotta do something. Anyway, after a bit of time and a lot of luck, I did actually succeed in appropriating a healthy chunk of coal, but yeah, the tree was on fire when it died, so not wood. In a perfect world, I would have punched the thing to death when it wasn't on fire and gotten the logs instead, but I figured the chances of that happening were basically non-existent, so I opted for the easy money. I have no idea what I'm going to use the coal for, if I'm being completely honest, but I guess it's nice to have. With that little interruption out of the way, and having built up a nice sizable little platform, I find myself once again in the unenviable position of being really, really bored during the daytime, and so I once more turned to civil service projects to keep the crazies at bay. Much to the surprise of nobody, my NoobTube mob farm was a complete miserable failure for a multitude of reasons, and I will need some way of farming hostile mobs moving forward, so I decide, in my infinite wisdom, that I need to make the bog-standard skyblock farm design that has existed literally since the game mode has been invented. Why did I not do this originally and save myself all of the wasted time and effort? Well, my mind works in mysterious ways that for your sake, I hope you will never understand. Oh look, it's Spectre o'clock. That means it's time to go stare longingly at my spawning platform and say my nightly supplications to Shvaxi in hopes of getting an Arapede spawn. So you might be wondering how I'm going to deal with the monthly Lycanite events. That is an excellent question. The answer to that question is die. A lot. Or in my case, just load a backup, because in the resulting chaos, a creeper blew up my starting chest. Rest in peace, last hour and a half of work. My one saving grace is that the event mobs are on a timer and will despawn after a bit, but, yeah. The void is really nice this time of year, isn't it? After a good in-game week of waiting for spawns, my flint eventually comes not from an Arapede or a Gorgomite, which are two mobs that I know can drop flint, and are both insecty things that are safe-ish and easy-ish to kill by RLcraft standards, but from a Pseudorramu, also known as Reasons Why I Will Never Move to Arizona number 1, 3, and 14. Scorpions, you see, are strong evidence that a benevolent god does not exist, because no kind creator would ever create a spider with crab claws, a poisonous butt sword, and a strong desire to nest in shoes, and force me to share a planet with them. To be entirely honest, I was not actually sure if Arapedes or Gorgomites could even spawn this high up, because I have not seen any do that so far. But this is probably the third or fourth round of Pseudoramus that I've seen, and they have a guaranteed flint drop, apparently, so it doesn't really matter in principle. In practice, though, it matters a great deal. The Lycanite bestiary describes these things as being aggressive. That is an understatement, though I would also like to amend to that description the phrase denser than a lead brick in a neutron star, because every time I have tried to kill one of them thus far, they inevitably sprint headlong off the edge of the platform and jump into the void. Not because I jumped into the void. They just kind of do that. This time around is no exception. As I get close, the first one checks its watch, sees that it is 2 a.m., identifies me as a likely owner of beans, and then puts the pedal to the metal, only to realize that it is not Wile E. Coyote and rediscover the fundamental truthfulness to the phrase, gravity sucks. Rather than risk a repeat of this with the second one, I wait until morning to burn all the skeletons, which is one of the advantages of desert biomes during rainstorms that I never really get to take use of, leaving only the second living piece of evidence that intelligent design is an oxymoron on the platform with a passive spider that I can ignore. Sudaramu are many things. One of the relevant things they are is thick. Another relevant thing is, apparently, they're really bad at climbing, or just, like, incapable of going over 2-block-high obstacles at all, despite themselves being twice that height, and also basically just spiders. Those two traits combined means killing them when they aren't doing their level best to make a U-turn and then turn down is as easy as cracking out some dirt bollards and beating the ever-loving daylights out of it with my fist. Flint, get. And with flint comes great technological progress. One flint cracked on a rock makes me an axe. An axe makes me some planks. Some planks makes me a crafting table, and with a crafting table comes the actual honest-to-goodness part of the game where you can use tools and stuff. And also the ability to clean up the hellish mess that I've made of my island thus far, because the architecture of this place is extremely not cash money, and is somehow worse than my New Horizons run, where I literally built everything by jumping into the void and blowing up creepers. So, congratulations! I have now finished the first 5 minutes of a traditional RLCraft playthrough. Oh boy. Anyway, all of the really interesting stuff that I can do now will have to wait until the next episode, because that is all for now. Until then, thank you for your time. All of the usual supporting options are located in the usual supporting locations down below, and I don't know about you, but this island could definitely use some support right now. And, as always, I hope you enjoyed. Welcome back. Previously, during what I can honestly not say is the slowest start to an RLCraft run I've ever experienced, I engaged, and succeeded in, the venerable and ancient Minecraftian tradition of getting wood. I also succeeded in using the wood to craft tools via a procedure that we will not be elaborating on for fear of drawing the attention of certain 8-legged butt-sword-wielding individuals, and am finally able to start doing something other than right-clicking with a bucket. The first order of business was to clean up the island. A lot. This isn't strictly necessary from a mechanical perspective, since most of the cobbled disaster piece I created is going to be outside of the 64-block mobs don't despawn range relative to my new mob farm, but it was phenomenally ugly to look at, and I need to pick up stone anyway, so there really wasn't any functional difference between fixing my jank to get building materials and making a cobblestone generator to get them. In the end, the only stone I left behind was the structural parts that I'm using for spawning mobs, and the main island platform and bridge thingy. And also a blob of misplaced cobble that is way too big for me to want to take out just yet. This isn't from a lack of desire, mind you, it's mostly just due to a lack of storage space. I can farm wood in small quantities from natural mob spawns, but there is a particular emphasis on the small part of that, so chests and other useful amenities like that are going to be in short supply for a little while. The bulk of this first stone harvest is going, of course, towards my mob farm. XP is still the keystone of RLCraft's progression, and I'm going to need to make up for my lack of everything else by leveraging the incredible potential of the Void World's mostly controlled mob caps if I want to progress meaningfully with it. Don't let the start fool you, this mod pack is nothing like New Horizons, which has literally like half a dozen mods solely dedicated to the creation of stuff out of nothing, and until my technology base has evolved a bit, mobs will be the primary and only source for most of my game state progression. Also on the list, due with that stone, is spawn-proof literally everything I can get my claws on. Vanilla torches require glowstone, or rare drops, or cheese that I don't have the ability to replicate to create them, and my only other light source is lava. So that means replacing all of the stone I put down earlier with bottom half slabs or covering it with cobblestone paths, and I obviously opted for the slab route here. I already did the spawn platform first thing. There will be no more random creepers blowing up my starting chest for me, thank you oh so very much. And after I finished up the rest of it, the only thing that was spared my tender ministrations was the stone bridge and the desert spawning platform, which I will be taking out and replacing with a far better mob farm design at a far more convenient Y level here in a little while. In doing so, I also discovered that zombie heads emit light for some reason. Not sure why. Also, cookies and gold shovels do as well, and cookies in particular are blindingly bright, so clearly there's something weird going on with the shader packs, but I can't really be bothered to fix it. With the basics of an XP generation system in place, my next task is to do a bunch of mob farming. As much as possible, I will try to minimize the amount of focus I spend on it during this run, but the fact of the matter is there is simply no way to progress without doing just a whole lot of it. My points of XP go to finishing my farming level grind up to level 12 to unlock bone meal usage, upping my building level 12 in order to be able to craft and place anvils, which are a weirdly important piece of tech in this episode, and then the rest of the points are fed into an eclectic mix of different skill trees and a couple of level up reloaded passives that I'm going to want to use. The most important part of these upgrades, standing head and shoulders above the rest, is the ability to use bone meal, though, which is kind of weird because bone meal in RLcraft was majorly nerfed compared to vanilla, and it can no longer add growth stages to crops, which is kind of what you normally use it for. Bone meal does, however, still have some interesting uses, the first of which being bulk grass and flower production. Flowers are a spawning requirement for nymphs and a source of dye, both of which are basically useless, but bulk grass production allows me to produce string and wool on demand, and breaking grass blocks can theoretically summon spriggans and triffids, so there are certain uses for it in farming lycanite mobs. A far better use for bone meal is, instead, maintaining the world's most needlessly aggressive sustainable forestry initiative. In the first episode, I mentioned that dynamic trees heal from damage. What I did not mention is the ridiculous extent to which this particular ability applies. Spoilers, it's a lot. The strategy works better with growth potions, admittedly, but as long as I leave a couple of logs at the base to grow back, I can lop off the entire rest of the tree and spam bone meal on it to regrow it, and it will behave just fine. It takes a lot of bone meal, yeah, but I also have a lot of bones, and chopping down what the game... It takes a lot of bone meal, yeah, but I also have a lot of bones, and chopping down what the game thinks is 90% of a tree has a chance to drop some acorns, which allows me to skip the whole wait for the seasons to change thing. Also, my slab floor can be clipped through by sitting on the slabs. This is unfortunate, and also seems kind of insulting, vaguely, but I can't quite put my finger on why. In the spirit of completionism, and also in the spirit of info-dumping weird tech tricks that are utterly irrelevant in the base game, this isn't even the only way I can get wood now. Level Up Reloaded has a passive called Lumbering that has a chance of giving you extra wood drops whenever you break wood, by which it actually means logs. Currently, it is pretty terrible, and with 2 levels, I only have a 6% chance of it firing per log, but bone farming still takes a bit, so this is a surprisingly serviceable alternative if you have no acorns but do have some spare XP to put into the levels. Having secured myself a handful of sustainable enough ways of producing bulk storage, I can now engage in the next part of my master plan, which is beating a whole bunch of things in the ankles with literally anything I can pick up off the ground that does damage, and stealing their pocket change, and their socks. All of the XP I earn from this lovely activity is then immediately invested in improving a Level Up Reloaded skill called Smelting Efficiency, each level of which adds a 4% chance of doubling my smelting rewards when cooking things in a furnace. The ability is a little strong. It isn't unbelievably busted, thanks largely to the relative lack of smeltable things in this pack's mod loadout, but it is particularly great for improving the yields of iron, gold, bronze, and silver that I get when I cook down all of my junk infernal gear. And there are some really funny interactions with stone in the late game that I might need to exploit for bulk material production if I can't figure out how to get more lava buckets. During this time, I also am on the lookout for what is basically the discount airdrop of the run, which is a zombie with a backpack. This is because, when zombies with backpacks are killed, you get to keep their backpack, which is full of all sorts of useful items, smeltable goodies, and just plain old dungeon loot. They also clip you through the floor and drop you in the void if you place them on slabs, which I found out the hard way. Rest in peace, XP levels. You definitely weren't important to my long-term survival at all. So the loot drops may be nice, and the XP may be flowing, but mob farming is very much not all fun and games. The largest problem by far are tremors, which are a mod that seems custom designed specifically to be the biggest possible pain in my keister. Their gimmick is that they randomly blow up the area they spawn in, which would be fine if they were spawning in a naturally generated cave or something, but that little personality quirk is a cat of a different color when it manifests inside your delicately constructed mob farms, made out of cobblestone. They are rare, thank goodness, but clearly future farm designs will need either a higher standard of construction or better material budgets. Aside from tremors or bad creeper interactions, my farm design works pretty well, and in an hour or so I've played the stupid game enough to max out my smelting skill, and it's time to cash in on my stupid prizes. Of which there are many. Obvious wins are any gear that can be smelted, gold can be used to craft a few trinkets and as a disposable tool crafting material for saws and the like, and bronze is pretty much useless for anything other than turning into disposable weapons, so those aren't hugely valuable, but I get a decent amount of iron and redstone, which is. Bones are basically wood at this point, so they're nice to have. The real prize, though, is the teeny tiny amount of obsidian that I got from beating up specters and reapers that collected outside the farm, and a single, incredibly lucky drop of a silver helm with the mending enchantment. The other enchantments are dog water, obviously, but that is something that can be fixed. For reasons that should be obvious, my endgame armor set this run will be silver with mending instead of my preferred golem set, and getting a mending helm this early on is just an incredible amount of utility. All of this smelting of iron and farming of redstone, when combined with the stuff I already had in my chests, nets me precisely 32 ingots of iron and 14 dusts of redstone. One of each of these goes towards crafting a single piston, which, fun fact, is one of the relatively few crafted items that isn't gated behind a level requirement. My working theory on this is that whoever did the level balancing isn't a redstone engineer, because this strikes me as an extreme oversight that I wish to immediately exploit. What we have here is the beginning of the end, for my levels of entertainment, at least. Now, what you might be thinking is, okay, Goose, this is just a really terrible lossless cobble farm design. And you would be right, but it is also so much more. If you play the pack enough, you will notice that RLCraft has a ton of mechanics that are just never touched on by the community. Like, it honestly reads like the mods were only added to include one or two cool features, and then everyone mutually agreed to ignore the other 70% of the content because it doesn't make their sharpness 5000 gigastick do an extra heart of damage or two. But gee, I'm sure the modded Minecraft player base would never be so myopic, right? Yeah, so anyway, RLCraft has some really neat but mostly unused features, and one of them is anvil crafting. Simply put, if an anvil entity falls on certain blocks, it breaks them down into other blocks. This is, at best, utterly useless in the base game, and even in the current economy there would be no reason to bother with it if it weren't for one single recipe, and that recipe is gravel, because it turns out getting access to an automatable source of gravel production that isn't reliant on mobs or player labor is kind of unexpectedly convenient. Alternatively, if you have some seed gravel and a fortune enchanted shovel, which I don't, hence the need for an anvil, there is a way of doing this without the anvil that is probably just straight up better unless you're like me and spent 3 hours designing an automated gravel factory when you discovered this mechanic for undisclosed reasons. Level Up Reloaded has a passive that gives you a 10% additional chance of getting flint from gravel per level, and you can level it 10 times. People with basic math skills will read this and immediately conclude that this is a moronic thing to be dropping tens of thousands of points of XP on, because the base chance of getting flint is 10%, and even if this was a generous multiplicative buff, a full 10 levels in, it would only raise that chance to roughly 26%, or barely better than a Fortune 2 shovel. This is an example of why English is a terrible language, because I can very easily imagine 3 different equally valid ways to interpret what an additional 10% means here, and all of them are wrong. When Level Up says a 10% chance of flint, what they mean is that for every block of gravel you break, you have a percentage chance equal to 10 times your current level in the skill of spontaneously turning that gravel into flint. This, on the whole, would still be a pretty bad skill, actually. If it weren't for the fact that when your gravel naturally turns to flint on its own, the game gives you 2 flint instead of 1. When you combine this with a Fortune 3 shovel and the existence of a crafting recipe that turns flint back into gravel, which was added by the same mod for some reason, it's basically just a mildly inconvenient way to turn shovel durability and my rapidly waning rations of free time into gravel. And boy do I love gravel. So now that I can officially consider myself the lord of small granular stone masses, what am I going to do with all of it? Well, turn it into dirt, obviously. 2 gravel plus 2 dirt equals 4 coarse dirt, and when you hoe or shovel coarse dirt, it turns back into regular dirt, the renewability of which is a hard requirement for using the Treasure Hunter passive. There were some questions about this on the last video I did, so I did some testing, and it turns out that Treasure Hunter only works on dirt blocks. Period. Not sand, not gravel, not even grass, just dirt and dirt paths. Sorry about that. Of course, in order to use the skill, I need to level it up, so joy. In the meantime, it's autumn, I think. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell. Either way, it doesn't really matter anymore, because even in autumn, the acorn yields aren't heroically massive, and they are something of a moot point now that I have enough bones to spam stacks of bone meal on my trees. Mostly I'm doing this for the logs, though, and trees don't really grow in the winter, and I don't have a way of getting around that until I start getting majorly jacked gear, so I see it as well worth my time to hedge my bets, literally and figuratively, and get some more acorns and wood in storage. It's also time to get rid of the really awful spawning platform situation that I have going on over in the desert biome. I clearly do not need flint anymore, and while there are some valuable items that desert mobs can drop, I'm going to need better gear and a better farming solution to really benefit from those. And in the meantime, I would very much appreciate it if angry wargs would stop spawn camping me because I have a giant stone rod of come eat me bridging over to the mobs. Doing all the mob grinding for treasure hunting ends up not being terribly unpleasant, especially now that I'm a bit tankier and have a decent supply of building materials to upgrade the farm with. Wood allows me to make doors and trapdoors, which can serve multiple roles in improving mob throughput rates, and allowing me to do such novel things as not let the mobs walk into the grinder when my back is turned. Obsidian is useful for building a collection chamber at the base that bad creeper interactions can't trash, and I have enough health now that I don't need to worry so much about thorns or bad potion effects one-shotting me every time I so much as dare to sneeze at a mob with advanced thorns armor. It still takes a while, though. Oh, good. Another Lycanite event. Well, I just remembered I forgot to water my pet rhinoceros. It's been real, fellas. Be seeing ya. So, even by the standards of Lycanite's extremely quirked up difficulty scaling, Hell's Fury is a bad one. This is entirely attributable to the existence of a flying skull thing that likes to blow up on top of you in its spawning table. And wouldn't you know it, but flying exploding skull monsters and a delicate island suspended above the void gets on about as well as liquid oxygen does in a grease fire. The only reason that I was saved from having to load from my very outdated backup and throw out a day or so of work here was that I got insanely lucky. The few mobs that spawned before I took the dip in the void didn't blow up my lava. They didn't blow up all of my sugarcane. The only chest they hit was the one full of unimportant junk I collected super early on, and everything that I did lose in this encounter was replaceable. Really, the only thing of value that I lost here was the redstone on my gravel shaft printer, which is unfortunate, but far from an end runner. I made another backup right after I salvaged everything I could, and will definitely be making more of them in the future, but Priority Zero is now no longer game progression. It's making myself somewhere to live that is slightly more resistant to this sort of nonsense, because it is going to happen again, and I might not be able to get out of render distance fast enough when it does. There are oodles of different ways mobs can grease structures in this pack, so any building materials I go with are going to need to be chosen quite carefully. Any sort of wood or log is right out, because living on a floating island made out of flammable material is basically just putting in a pre-order for a Darwin Award. cobblestone and stone are out because cobble can be turned into flowing lava blocks by certain lycanite mobs existing in their general proximity, and both of them can be infested with silverfish. Snow, dirt, gravel, mulch, and coarse dirt aren't blast-proof enough, or at all. Wool burns, and obsidian is too expensive, which then eliminates basically any vanilla block I have access to. Cool. The modded block scene isn't much better, but I was able to find a block called Lush Stone from Lycanites that can be crafted with grass and cobblestone, but has the unfortunate side effect of looking like a cow sneezed on a wall while chewing its cud. And there's a backport of the smooth stone tiles that are in a later version of vanilla Minecraft that just needs some smelting, which is the one that I'll be going with. Now I just need a small mountain range of cobblestone. Conveniently, by using the power of extremely advanced skyblock technology, 2 armor stands, and a passive that lets me mine stone really, really fast, we can make that. Hold, please. Oh, look! An entire inventory of cobblestone. I'm sure that didn't take forever. Or, you know, Goose setting a stapler on his mouse and walking away for half an hour. Yeah, so anyway, this is actually just the first step, because making smooth stone blocks requires stone, not cobblestone. This is something of a double-edged sword. Smelting cobble into stone will let me benefit from my passive 40% chance of doubling an item, which is good. Unfortunately, even with all the furnace speed buffs, it still requires fuel, which is bad. But I spent most of my stone mining session reading the source code for various mods, so I might have a solution to this. Reskillable, the mod that introduces the level requirements to use items, has an assortment of passive abilities that you can unlock as you progress through its skill tree. As with Level Up's tree, most are irrelevant, but there is one under the building section that allows you to transform certain blocks into certain other blocks using a chorus fruit, of which I have several thanks to all the specters I had to administer high-intensity nap sessions to during my mob grinding adventures. The list of valid transformation targets is pretty terrible, but one of the few useful ones is it allows me to cycle saplings between all 6 of their vanilla variants, which is fantastic, but it doesn't work, because dynamic trees overwrites vanilla saplings with dynamic tree saplings. Poop. I was fairly sure that it intercepted the placement event, and the sapling popping up was just a bug, but I tried it with a hotkey script anyway, and it still didn't work, so I'm gonna put a pin in this particular piece of tech. That sucks. To make matters worse, after a careful and exhaustive search of every combustible item in the game, I can quite confidently say that unless I want to break my rules and use a carpet duper, charcoal blocks are by far the best option. So it looks like my new plan is to suck it up and farm out some certifiably derpy oak trees. This would normally be miserable, but the impact is moderated quite a bit by how stacked my smelting skill is by this point, because I can now cook a hair under 4 stacks of items with a single charcoal block. It also means that I just wasted an hour of research time on a problem whose solution ended up being, do it the normal way, you lazy bum. Huzzah! Game progression. I spared no expense in the creation of my new residence, and after a great deal of hard work and sacrifice, I'm happy to announce that I am the proud new owner of a big stone turd with lamps. Turns out that sparing no expense doesn't really mean all that much when your operational budget has the purchasing power of half a box of stale grape nuts. Really, the biggest improvements here are the existence of such novel things as walls, and a ceiling, and an upgraded floor design that no longer drops me in the void whenever I sit down on it. And I think we will close out the home tour there, because celebrating how the structural integrity of my living space no longer resembles the love child of Schrodinger's cat and a block of Swiss cheese is pretty sad, even by my abysmally low standards. Back to farming. In this case, gravel farming, because I need me some dirt. Hindsight being 2020, I really ought to have been aggressively farming sugarcane as soon as I could plant it, because this run's mid-game lives and dies by my ability to leverage renewable resources, and I can't really do that if I don't have paper for an enchanting setup. I don't know if bookworms will do the passive mob spawning thing, but even if they do, I'm light years away from a disenchanting table, so we will be relying on purely vanilla mechanics to progress that particular tech line, and that sort of requires books. Unfortunately, it's winter, a season famously not known for its ability to support plant life. Unless I can get the resources for greenhouse glass, which, spoilers, I can't, I'm going to be unable to grow sugarcane until next summer, and the rest of the crop options at my disposal are all kind of pointless. This dirt isn't for farming, though. Its purpose is instead to let me grind out a huge stack of random treasure items to see what kinds of useful stuff I can get out of them. Seeing as this is a monumentally shovel-intensive task, this seems like an excellent time to introduce another esoteric piece of tech that never sees the light of day into the run. Because for the first time in, what, good lord, 12 years that I've been playing this game, I have finally discovered a use for gold, tools, and armor. And not like in a crafting recipe or a meme way or something, I am talking full-on using it as my preferred material for making gear. Gold, unlike iron, silver, or diamond, has no uses in any other important progression path or tech, and I do mean none. In traditional runs, I mostly use it for enchantment farming because the stuff is useless for everything else, and in this specific scenario and mod pack, all of its usual downsides are either mitigatable or just straight up irrelevant. Think about it. The low mining level of the pickaxe doesn't come into play because, you know, Void World, so unless I need to do some major obsidian excavation, it will be able to break just about everything on the map. I am forbidden from visiting other dimensions, so I don't really have to worry about mobs doing enough damage to one-shot the low durability of my armor pieces, and anything that doesn't one-shot it can be almost immediately repaired with a reskillable perk called Golden Osmosis, which is basically a free, smarter version of mending that drip feeds from your player level instead of environmental XP that you pick up off the floor. The low damage mitigation of gold armor and low damage output of gold weapons is, again, irrelevant because I'm never going to be leaving the overworld, but also because so much of this run's damage economy is determined by stacking passive buffs, enchantments, and baubles that the base stats of your gear kind of don't matter. Like, from the min-maxy slug-it-out mono-y-mono and the Lost Cities perspective, yes, gear material selection is important, but even then, armor durability is the limiting factor, not your damage output or effective HP. For everything else, everywhere else, you can easily go waltzing around in a string bikini bonking things with a wiffle bat, as long as your enchants and passives are up to snuff and the hypothetical bikini is unbreakable. So yeah, point being, if I use gold gear, I could sacrifice a very marginal amount of defense and damage for a set of cheap equipment that boosts the fastest block break times in the game, comes fresh off the enchanting table with an objectively superior passive and free mending effect baked in, and is highly enchantable, with the only requirements being that I have to keep a few XP levels on me to keep the durability bars topped off. Also, as icing on the cake, a full set of gold armor grants me a 50% damage boost to gold weapons, a 20% mining speed buff to gold tools, and resistance to magical sources of damage, just to rub it in. Am I interested? My brother in Christ, by the time I am done signing up, you people are going to need a pry bar to get the pen out of the table. I am sold. Having a functionally unbreakable shovel that instantly mines dirt is a godsend for obvious reasons, so let's finish this up with a batch of dirt and see what treasures await. Go-Go Gadget overpowered hotkey scripting. And after converting several stacks of dirt into random junk with my brand new cheese shovel, the results are in, and they are terribly uninspiring. The two standout materials I gained access to are Dragon Bone, which probably is not going to be super relevant given that I'm using gold for everything, but you never know, and Clay, which is utterly useless. The mob spawner might have been more interesting if it was an infinite source of mobs, but it isn't, and it can only spawn pigs, so it's not great, and everything else here has better production options elsewhere. I won't say that dirt conversion is entirely useless, but when the biggest reason to celebrate its abilities is the amount of coal that it produces, you know you do not have a winning strategy. So great, that plan didn't get anywhere. Time for plan B, which is short for being really boring and mining out another buttload of cobble because I have a mile-long hit list of mobs that I'm going to need to start farming to get access to other materials, and some idiot turned the first batch into an opulent smooth stone panic box because he wanted a secure storage area or something. One of the biggest untapped resource potentials I have access to is the power of slave labor, by which I mean villagers. In addition to all of the obvious trading benefits, a properly designed village can be plumbed up to extract industrial quantities of iron golems and a lycanite mob called an Aegis that has some useful applications entirely separate from its loot table that will come into play later. This is skyblock though, so the only way of getting villagers is curing them, which means I need golden apples, a willing victim, and a way of applying weakness. The first is easy, because I have gold and spades and can get apples, I think it was from a shambler, if I recall correctly, but you can also get them from zombie backpacks or digging them out of the ground if you're desperate, so point remains, I've got apples. Finding a zombie villager is easy, but will become even easier once I start working on my next big mob farm project, so no worries there either. The weakness effect is the tricky part. Witches are utterly unhinged in RLcraft and are far more likely to throw lightning bolts or hand grenades at you than they are to use weakness potions. There are certain enchantments that can apply the effect, but enchanting requires lapis, which I don't own, and applying the effect requires hitting the mob, which will probably kill it, so the best solution is just brewing this stuff myself, which needs blaze rods. Which is why I am currently torturing oak trees, or at least trying to. Cinder farms are nearly as old as RLcraft and have been justifiably nerfed into obsolescence, but if you're hard up for blaze rods and only need a couple, they will still work eventually. Traditionally, you farm cinders with something that burns forever, like netherrack, but I don't have any of that, and the next best thing is an infinitely regenerating oak tree powered by the spamming bone meal on it to refresh its foliage. It won't last forever, and the chances of embers dropping blaze rods is only 10%, but advanced looting 2 should boost the amount that drop, so hopefully we can get some. And also, oak trees are cheap, so it doesn't really matter how many I go through. Platform repairs are less cheap, admittedly, but such is life on RL Block. And after obliterating the our elementals, burning the forests, and investing heavily into industrial war infrastructure, I gotta say, I'm beginning to think the Fire Nation might have had a point. Alrighty, there we go. Turns out, you have to be a certain distance away from the fire for it to spawn the cinders, but not too far, otherwise you're out of range. In other news, figuring out how the spawning code for lycanite mobs worked made me want to eat dirt and bark at the moon. We'll be right back. And there we go! After sacrificing an untold number of oak trees and a small portion of my few remaining brain cells for the cause, I am now the proud owner of some blaze rods. We will politely ignore the chaotic green tentacle monster thing that just ate a cinder turned into a level 60 nightmare ball whose body mass is 55% teeth, and then immediately turned around and started using every single one of those teeth to do really unfortunate things to my insurance premiums. Something tells me that RLcraft is not very happy with my novel problem-solving abilities. Having successfully seized the means of alchemical production via inserting the business end of a gold halberd into the local nightmare factory, we return to our regularly scheduled montage of really boring construction projects. This time around, we're going to be bridging a minimum of 128 blocks away from my base to avoid disrupting its spawning behavior before constructing a really big chunk-aligned platform as low down in the world as I can make it. This will serve the dual purpose of being a really ginormous mob farm that I can selectively snipe or extract high-value mobs from, and as a really ginormous way of prospecting for slime chunks that I can stick a proper farm on later. This also lets me show off a wonderful piece of transportation tech that I like to refer to as the butt-scootin' boogie. You can sit on slabs in this pack, but you can enter the sitting posture from quite a distance away as long as you're clicking on the slab in question. I can then exploit this to send myself sliding across the world at Mach 3, leaving gold-plated skid marks in my wake. This is basically just a modded version of a boat elevator, but I still think it's hilarious, and you're my captive audience, so I get to share it with you. Unfortunately for you all, actual work on the Slime Symposium will need to wait until the next episode. For all the new people that this series has attracted, hi, hello, welcome. We do fun things here, you should stick around. And if you're into that sort of thing, you should also simp for me in the usual make the YouTube algorithm happy ways, because I like money, because I like lecturing to a captive audience. That said, thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed. Welcome back. We resumed the world's second most obnoxious RLcraft playthrough by being greeted with a message from Scaling Health, the mod that is currently in charge of my residency status in the land of the living, informing me that it's April Fool's Day and giggling. menacingly. That's nice. A bit of frantic research later, and I determined that all this does is play obnoxious sound effects and turns the purple fire that spawns on scaling health boss mobs into a rainbow-colored variant. And even by normal Minecraft standards, none of that is dangerous, and it doesn't let me collect additional goodies, so I don't care. My first task of the day, or rather night as the case may be, is to go take a look and see what my brand new dinner plate farm is capable of spawning. I did a bit of work to make it not an immediate death sentence to exist within 32 blocks of the thing, and I'm pretty sure I haven't found a slime chunk yet, but I'm still on the lookout for some new Lycanite mobs, and this is the easiest way of spotting them. It very quickly becomes apparent that yes, the mob buffet is doing exactly what you would expect it would, and the mobs that I need, a little beetle-looking thing called a Gorgomite, are part of its spawning pool. I sure love it when things work the way they're intended to. I had intended to spend the rest of the night farming as many Gorgomites as I could, but naturally, Lycanite had different ideas, and decided that instead of progressing the game, I should spend some more time engaged in some performative molding. Today, class, we're going to learn about the letter B. B is a letter that is used in a lot of words, like bitrate, which I currently don't have any of. That's because it's raining, and I'm trick-shotting swamp demons while playing with my FOV blown out to Quake Pro, a setting that I normally tone down during recordings for the people in my audience who don't play the game like a cracked-out 14-year-old. The Lycanite event of the day is something called Winged Venom, and it is remarkably chill as Lycanite events go. None of the locals cause spontaneous explosions, and I have a decent enough weapon to kill some of them, so instead of this being an extinction event of goose and only goose, it's more like your average day of shopping at my local Walmart. Today, we are looking for slime balls and various kinds of fungus, which also is a lot like the average day at my local Walmart now that I think about it, because I lucked into a Silk Touch enchanted pickaxe from an infernal mob a while ago, and one of the mobs that spawns during this event converts dirt into mycelium. For the life of me, I cannot imagine why I would need mycelium, but the sun is shining, so I figure I might as well make hay. A drop of bathtub alchemy and some gilded doctor repellent later, and I am also now fully equipped with all the things I need to entrap and genetically modify the local peasantry, so my nights are going to be spent solely dedicated to baiting zombies in and hoping to get lucky for the foreseeable future. During the day, I will need something to keep myself entertained, though, and with ready access to Gorgomites, I have just the thing. Gorgomites are a Lycanite mob that drops sandstone and iron ore when killed, and as such is probably one of the most useful mobs in the run. The iron ore is nice for obvious reasons, but for now the priority is actually the sandstone, because sandstone plus anvil crafting equals sand, which means glass, which is weirdly important when you want to make greenhouse glass for some as of yet hypothetical farm plots. Elsewhere on the island, other projects are continuing apace. If the snow sheeting down outside and my perpetual state of rampant hypothermia wasn't a clue, we're in the depths of winter at the moment, which means it's time for me to collect some ice and magma blocks. I might not be able to transmute saplings, but I can transmute frozen water just fine, and being able to make strength potion rings seems potentially useful down the line. I have no idea what I will do with ice, but continuing in my trend of collecting random junk, I figure I might as well pick up a few pieces while it's there. From the dinner plate, I also finally got the tool that I need to improve my cobble farm, which until recently was having to rely on plain old boring vanilla production mechanics, and with the power of Lycanite taxidermy, this needs no longer be the case. All you have to do is simply jam a wolf's head on a stick, and then put a mud crab, I guess? Sure, yeah, a mud crab tail in the wolf's mouth, and you now have somehow a tool capable of digging stone and dirt in a 3x3 area, shooting magical mud balls, and traumatizing your house guests, all in one convenient package. You will be happy to know that the first zombie villager I happen across does not come from the massive open concept spawning platform that offers an ideal environment to capture them, but instead from my cramped general purpose skyblock farm design that is 50% obsidian and backpacked by volume. Rather than test my willingness to break obsidian with a gold pickaxe, however, the game opts instead to blow it to pieces with the help of a passing witch. This is why we brew our own weakness potions, folks. You never know what those ladies are going to be cutting them with. Righto, back to cranking cobble. I have the tool, now I just need the farm. This is easier said than done, given that I have precisely 1 bucket of lava to my name, but we can solve that problem with the untapped power of watching paint dry. Wait, no, sorry. The untapped power of fishing. I get those two mixed up. Point remains, there is a rare fish called a magmatic jellyfish that lives only in lava and can be fished up with a rod crafted with the obsidian bobber upgrade. Conveniently for me, you only actually need one bucket of lava to fish in, because even though the mod requires multiple blocks of lava to catch the fish in, it doesn't bother checking if their source blocks are flowing blocks. This fish can then either be milked or squeezed, and I'm not sure which is worse there, but both are really terrible to imagine, into a bucket to produce a fresh new block of lava. They aren't infinite unless you put together a bait box, and I could not be bothered to make and stock one. So I ran out after fishing up 5 of them, but that, combined with my starting lava bucket, is more than enough to put together this little beauty. I don't have enough hoppers to perfectly collect everything that drops out of it yet, but ignoring that, I now have an extremely necessary 18 cobblestone per block break grinder, which will nicely set me up for the foreseeable future. Now that the building block supply problem is out of the way, let's touch back on the whole greenhouse glass thing. I have glass and planks, but the third ingredient is cyan dye, which begs the obvious question of how I'm going to get the lapis. There are a handful of lycanite mobs with lapis in their loot tables, but I'm tired of using lycanites to solve all my problems, so I am going to instead do this properly and blow my material production needs out of the water in the process. For you see, the most broken mob in RLcraft is not villagers. It's not from lycanites, or ice and fire, or even from scrape and run parasites, which you might expect to be a valid contender. It's a quark mob called a stoneling, and it's absolutely busted. Stonelings are small, passive mobs, sort of, that spawn in the dark at very low Y levels. When a player approaches them, they will quickly run away and despawn in an effort to protect the random piece of loot all of them spawn with. This is the intended way to get something called a Heart of Diamond, but their loot tables also include the processed form of most vanilla ores weighted towards the more common ones, mob heads, all 3 varieties of horse armor, and certain mob drops, all of which, barring the heads, I'm very interested in getting my hands on. Of course, to moderate the incredible overpoweredness of what is basically an infinite diamond farm, they're also extremely rare. Or rather, they're supposed to be. Mob spawning is a little bit weird in RLcraft. Vanilla mobs behave mostly as normal. There are some AI quirks, but nothing exceptionally strange. Lycanite mobs have their own custom spawning conditions that operate entirely independently from the rest of the game, and there isn't really a 100% foolproof way of spawn-proofing against them while also being able to play the game, but that's actually fine because they also have an entirely separate mob cap. Stonelings, on the other hand, they cheat. They are technically a hostile mob, despite not being able to attack, and they require darkness to spawn, respect the peaceful game mode mob despawn patterns, and contribute to the hostile mob cap, just like a regular hostile mob. What they don't respect is the rule that prohibits mobs from spawning in tiles occupied by non-full blocks, such as, say, slabs, and they are entirely unique in this property. There is no other mob in RLcraft that does this. I sure wonder what happens if I have an entire world whose spawn cap is only able to be consumed by this one specific, super rare, weirdly spawning mob. Nothing, actually, but that's probably because I finished it in daytime. Hold, please. Alrighty, there we go. Now, unfortunately for me, you cannot shoot these things to kill them, at least not with vanilla arrows. That's fine though, because when they're in slabs like this, they don't really ever bother moving, and their scare range is slightly shorter than my weapon's hit range, so sneaking up on them is only slightly harder than taking out some seals for a night around the town. There also seems to be some sort of other restriction to their spawn pattern that is tied into biomes, because never once have I seen these things spawn on the red desert side of my platform. But I never really rigorously tested it, so I'm not willing to 100% commit to that being the reason why they don't spawn. Regardless, I got what I came here for, which was lapis. Which is useless, because I don't have villagers yet, and that was kind of the whole point of the platform. So, yeah, time to make a new one. Truly, I provide only the finest of gameplay experiences for my viewers. One of the things I like about doing runs like this is they teach me all sorts of fun new mechanics that you never really see in the base game. Case in point, did you know that swamps spawn, on average, 37 million snails an hour when it's daytime and nothing is eating the mob cap? I didn't, but I sure do now. They don't drop anything useful, and they can't spawn as boss mobs, so they are kind of pointless. But if any of you out there have Make a Gary farm in Minecraft on your bucket list, have I got the setup for you. They also make farming any other kind of mob nearly impossible because they eat so much of the mob cap that nothing else will spawn near them, so even if slimes did spawn on these chunks, their ability to spawn in lit environments would make a slime farm impossible. So, yeah, this gets to be more stoneling farming space. And by the time I finished tiling up that mess, I was so thoroughly sick of building platforms that I decided to do some quality of life upgrades on the original farm design and bag my zombies that way. It is slow, but mob farming in RLcraft is always a fun game of how to not get ganked, so at least my brains aren't evacuating my skull and staging a Class 3 action protest because I've been doing nothing but placing blocks for the past 3 hours. We have mobs for that. Instead, I'm intermittently shanking stacks of useless mobs in the toe knuckles for hours, followed by random bouts of desperately trying to sort my ever-growing wall of backpacks. Remember when I was complaining about not having enough storage? Yeah, no longer a concern. This little adventure occupies me long enough that I do eventually find and isolate my first zombie villager. Isolation is easy because I can just plug the mob hole up, and breaking a block of obsidian with a gold pickaxe is so far away from being the most boring thing I've done in this video alone that it doesn't even register as an obstacle. So with a bit of kiting and an extremely concentrated heavy metal injection, my first villager is ready to cook. Getting the second takes no time at all either, because in the time that took me to get the first one and cure it, 3 more showed up in the mob farm. I repeat the exact same process, isolating the mobs, mining the obsidian out, and doing a bit of masterful baiting, and in no time at all I have 2 zombies curing in the corner. The moral of the story here is clearly that I need to stop trying to be smart and start actually being smart, but if I was capable of doing that, these videos wouldn't exist, so trade-offs. Meanwhile, back in the realm of stoneling farming, I have concluded that the best method I have of dealing with the things is a golden pike. Ranged projectiles bounce off the things, probably for balance reasons, and the Lycanite range attacks I have access to are shockingly ineffective when used on anything other than me, but touching these things at high velocity with a gilded 39.5-foot pole seems to work just fine. Looting doesn't make a difference when it comes to their held items, because those aren't actually part of a drop table, and stonelings only have 8 points of health, so the only stat and enchantments that matter here is the weapon's effective hit range. Had I been smart, I would have paired it with an Ender Queen crown or something for even more. Or hit range, but just the pike alone works well enough.
Poop party! What a stench!
Some Lycanite events, like Hell's Fury, are apocalyptically terrifying. Other events, such as Winged Venom, are dangerous but ultimately more useful than they are harmful. Poop Party is neither. I honestly think the creators of Lycanites woke up one morning with no goal other than extracting medically implausible amounts of urine out of everyone who plays their mod, and that Poop Party was the result. Because this event is the pinnacle of toddler humor, and that is really all it has going for it. Other events spawn in flying eldritch horrors, or, well, actually no, flying eldritch horrors make up a shocking quantity of the events that can happen, now that I think about it, but the point remains, they are dangerous and they want to kill you. This one just spawns in a nearly infinite amount of cracked out hairy nerve apes, also known as Conbuzz, who have been exclusively Foundation Snack Food, WD-40, and Miralax for the past 3 years. They also drop their anuses when killed. Yeah, I am not making this up. Lycanites interrupted my villager farm construction montage, and all I got out of it was a few stacks of pre-processed cocoa beans and a bit of cheek. I would like to request a return, but I've already been the victim of quite a few deposits already, and as a healthy and well-adjusted individual who does not substitute soybean oil for 3 of the 5 major food groups, I don't think I have the constitution needed to reciprocate. So that's nice. Anyway, villagers. One of these days I'm going to play a mod pack that doesn't let me solve the villager population crisis by slamming some doors down and precipitating a biblical amount of inbreeding, give or take some optional nutritional needs. Until that day comes, I am perfectly happy to recreate myself some homebrew Monsters Inc. and let them go at it. But that requires transporting them to some sort of breeding chamber in the first place. Using stairs was agonizing when I did it in New Horizons, and water chutes are basically just asking for them to drown, so... Choo-choo, gentlemen, it's time to play with trains. Yay. I sure do love trying to cram villagers into minecarts without killing them. The instant my villager pen turns into something the game thinks is a village, Aegis begins spawning, which is simultaneously a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because I really want their loot. Quartz has some nice redstone applications that I may or may not end up needing, and has a couple of decent crafting recipes for random junk regardless, and emeralds are nice. But in the quantities I will need, I don't think this is going to make much of a difference. It's a bad thing because killing them spawns chaos elementals, which usually return that death back to sender better than a boomerang on a bungee cord, and in the rare instances that killing the Aegis doesn't spawn a stitch together amalgamation made of John Deere's entire legal team to marmalize me into the next dimension, they can combine with all of the other ambient elementals to form level 80 death mobs with several hundred HP. The unspoken issue of having 2 villagers repopulating the planet is that they are going to be really slow getting started. So rather than do what I did in New Horizons and wait hours for my first couple of spawns, I'm going to do literally anything else. Like work on my agricultural base because they need food in this version. RLcraft is built in a version of the game that predates Village and Pillage, and doesn't have any decent ways of farming emeralds that would scale enough to support my villager economy, so even ignoring their breeding needs, I'm gonna need some farms, and by extension, greenhouse glass and dirt, in pretty substantial quantities. Which means I need more glass, and thus more Gorgomites. We'll touch back on the dirt problem in a bit. I have another spawning platform to build. Gorgomites are almost always only one block tall, which makes creating a farming environment that preferentially spawns them pretty simple. The one problem is that environments that can spawn Gorgomites also can spawn spiders, and the vanilla mob spawning code really likes spawning spiders. I have basically created a 1-to-1 scale model of my basement in Minecraft, and I hate it. It does make an excellent string farm, though, and I can sell string to villagers, so the spiders are at least paying rent, which is more than I can say about the ones in real life. In a pleasant change of pace from basically every other mob farm design that I've tried to wing ever, this one actually works pretty well. Lycanites doesn't give a toss about the vanilla mob cap, so having more spiders crammed into a sweatbox than your average Comic-Con makes precisely zero difference to their already low spawn rates. And the sheer consistency of a mob farm that only spawns spiders and Gorgomites makes selectively farming the things that I want easy. The one drawback is everything is pitch black. You all will hopefully have the privilege of seeing what's going on because I touch up my footage in post to fix this sort of thing, but I am currently as blind as a bat in a bilge pump down here. Next time I have to farm sand, I will be bringing a night vision ring because this is ridiculous. Now that I can produce enough sand for bulk greenhouse glass production, it's time to do that one agricultural revolution thing. My villager food of choice for this run will be bread. In vanilla, this isn't as good a villager fodder as carrots or potatoes because you only get 1 wheat per harvest, but I have so many different passive effects from level up and reskillable running that my wheat yields are massively buffed, and bread is the densest villager food of choice, so it makes sense to use it if I'm going to be stocking them up and letting them poop out babies. To be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure what I want out of my villagers other than good enchanted books at this point, but we will see. I still have a couple of huge hurdles to cross before I can start taking shots at Lycanite bosses. So they've got to be good for something. I learned a couple of fun pieces of trivia from this project. First off, golden hose don't count as valid targets for golden osmosis. This isn't entirely unprecedented since the gold saw variant from no tree punching doesn't count either, but I can't think of any reason why this would have been nerfed, so my guess is it was just an oversight that didn't get patched because nobody uses gold hose. I also learned that bone meal works perfectly fine, actually. I have no idea why I thought it didn't. Maybe I was trying to use it on a plant outside of its normal growing season or something, but it functions exactly like you would expect. And that bit of information is really rather transformative when it comes to my farming strategy, because now instead of relying on stupid things like sunlight or my charming personality to grow my wheat, I can simply write a hotkey script to bone meal a wheat seed and harvest it half a dozen times a second. You could argue that having a script to do this is a little bit cheesy, and, well, yes, it is. But also, I spent a rather unhealthy amount of time farming mobs to collect all of the bones in the first place, so I feel like I deserve the easy win. And also, I have a life that doesn't revolve around watching grass grow in a video game, somehow, and would rather like to keep it that way. Plus, with this game being what it is, having a script to do the farming doesn't really help all that much either. Turns out that having random mobs spawn every time you do something as simple as pick your nose makes for a very useful botting deterrent. With my villagers breaded and soon to be bred, I can finally return back to the basics. My first slime chunk has been struck down with a bad case of goose-eye squirrelitis and is no longer accessible due to the presence of an entirely different unplanned mob farm design, so I need to find another one, which requires building blocks. Which means I get to sit down at my cobble chunker and engage in high-performance gameplay for another hour, complete with some assistance from the less-than-friendly wildlife checking in to make sure that I wasn't AFK. Yes, RL Craft, we get it. You like to spawn mobs. And with the completion of my first round of stone comes yet more slime chunk prospecting. Also, now that I think about it, I probably should explain why I'm putting so much work into making a slime farm in the first place, because I clearly don't care about the slime anymore. It might have been useful to have some earlier on in the run when I was still considering using redstone to work around my material shortage problems, but by this point I've largely solved all of those, so that requirement is a moot point. No, I am instead far more interested in the slimes themselves. Despite being combat focused, RL Craft isn't balanced around you being able to kill lots of mobs very efficiently. And Craft isn't balanced around you being able to kill lots of mobs very efficiently, and it actually goes out of its way to prevent you from doing this because it wants the game to be about finding, beating, and looting dungeons. Theoretically, mobs are the means by which the game makes dungeon crawling challenging and incrementally rewarding, and are not the end goal in and of themselves. In practice, however, you can only use one weapon, wear 4 pieces of armor, and have 8 baubles equipped at a time, so most of your early and mid-game progression is entirely limited by how much XP you can collect, not how many pairs of pants you manage to loot from the great Bilbo Baggins' box of bountiful booty. To top it all off, mob drops are so much more useful than 99.9% of the junk you find in a dungeon chest that having to hunt mobs in dungeons is usually more of an inconvenience than anything else. Exhibit A, I'm in the middle of an empty void with no dungeons that RL Craft presumably would expect me to use to advance my game state, and I'm actually beating the game faster. Once players have the bare minimum of gear needed to not get ganked by their friendly neighborhood balancing issues, dungeons quickly morph into inconvenient sources of concentrated XP that may or may not come equipped with a free snack bar with no real value beyond the mobs they contain. Enter mob farms, because why should we spend hours commuting to a dungeon to kill mobs when we could instead make the mobs come to us? During my hardcore series, I short-circuited quite a lot of the game's intended grind by building a Guardian farm, and in doing so gave myself access to an infinite source of XP and in-game level baubles, enchantments, and crafting materials, an order of magnitude more concentrated than any dungeon could ever hope to achieve. The key metric here is not actually XP. That is a given for any mob farm. It is the sheer per mob throughput, because most of the XP comes from boss mobs whose XP and drops have nothing to do with the type of mob they are and scale only with how many of them you can spawn at a time. And now, just like then, I have XP coming out my wahoo, but I need the drops, and for that, I need many, many mobs.
Sharknado! Jaws are coming for you!
No, Lycanites. Not those mobs. Thanks, though. For those who are interested, Sharknado is another one of those nothing events. It's annoying, especially since the mobs have an entity affecting AoE vortex that makes shooting them difficult and forces me to scoot around on my butt to get anywhere without being sucked off the island, but it's otherwise pretty harmless. Also, they destroyed my paintings, so they deserve to die. So anyway, mob farms. Enter stage right, slime farms. Normally, slimes are a mostly useless mob with no valuable drops, poor XP drop rates, and inconsistent spawning mechanics. But if there's one thing slimes can do, it's make a lot of mobs. Each split of a slime counts as a new mob for boss and infernal mob spawning purposes, so small slimes are only worth 1 mob, but splitting a medium slime results in an average of 4, and large slimes are worth 13. Even better, the spawning distribution of slimes changes based on something called regional difficulty, which scales up with harder game modes and in chunks that have been rendered longer, resulting in a bias towards spawning larger slimes more often, and that further increases the effective boss yield. Tack onto this that they are one of the very few hostile mobs that can be selectively filtered for by lighting up a spawning area, are easy to corral, and are generally quite harmless, and you have yourselves the makings of a phenomenal mob farm candidate that I intend to exploit the living daylights out of. Really, their only major drawback is the unique and limited conditions surrounding how they can spawn. A 16 by 40 by 16 area seems like a lot of space, but slimes only spawn in groups of 1 and require 3 blocks of vertical space per spawning platform. That's not great, but it gets worse if I were to use a simple gravity-controlled collection mechanism, because that would eat up 25 blocks of spawning space with my avatar's spawning interdiction range, which would then tank the spawn rates even worse. Normal farm designs in this epoch of Minecraft usually ignore this because their whole point is to automatically kill the slimes, so you don't need to get close to the spawning platforms. But if I want to manually stick my stick in the jolly green jelly bears without disrupting their spawning, I need to ship them away from their platforms. Hence the slime shuttle. It does exactly what you would expect. It isn't a perfect solution, since it does eat up about a platform's worth of vertical spawning space, but in the end it isn't the end of the world, especially since I'm building where the bedrock would normally be, and I shouldn't ever be hitting a mob cap with 1 slime chunk anyway, so the shipment times won't make a difference in throughput. To help that throughput along, I can at least spare the iron to make some iron golems. Slimes can see targets through walls, and will aggro onto iron golems from 16 blocks away, which makes them ideal bait for luring slimes off the spawning platforms. Unfortunately, that attraction is measured in a spherical distance, and slimes can outswim flowing water streams, so I can't put the golems on the bottom 5 or so platforms unless I want to create the world's first jello logjam. If what I've seen from the farm already is any indication, this is an entirely unnecessary upgrade, but iron is free thanks to the generous contributions of several hundred stonelings, so why not? Initial assessments on the efficacy of the farm design are pretty conclusive, by which I mean on a sheer per mob kill count this thing is giving my Guardian farm a run for its money. The overall XP output is actually quite a bit lower than I expected it would be, but I don't have education or adept enchantments, so we will reserve judgment there. Of course, no mob farm is complete without an appropriate farming implement. Recent comments I may or may not have made regarding John Deere's legal team turning into an eldritch abomination before punting me off the edge of the map seems to have convinced them to withdraw their sponsorship deal, so I won't be going at my slime mold infestation with a combine harvester, but I do have the next best thing, which is a perfectly average American butter knife. I may not have all the enchantments that I want to put on it, but I have been saving everything remotely useful from all my grand farming adventures, and own a surprisingly well-stocked library as a result. Once I get some XP to apply them, my pocket knife of extreme overcompensation will then proudly support some random sharpness enchantment, educational, and the ever-important curse of possession to keep mobs from appropriating it. Incidentally, you remember that comment I made earlier about backpacks? Yeah. My mob farm now resembles the love child of a hoarder house and a post-apocalyptic elementary school. And that's after I cleaned it out. The annoying part is I can't just throw the backpacks away immediately either, because they do sometimes have stuff that I need. So I have to pull them out of the mob farm and look at them, and in doing so, just end up collecting more of the things. Anyway, the sword does exactly what it's designed to do, and after giving it a moment to warm up, my slime farm very quickly approaches a level of throughput I can best describe as problematic, which is right where I want to be sitting. The relative inaccessibility of endgame gear and enchantments was my biggest stumbling block for beating this run, other than one very specific problem that I'm fairly certain I will need creative mode to bypass, but that all will have to be dealt with in the next episode. Until then, thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoyed.
This is my mathematically unraidable base. For any unexpected visitors, it features some of the most deadliest traps, and most importantly, a hidden tool cupboard. And anyone that got angry enough to try and raid me, they wouldn't even know where to start. But this was more than a base to me, this was a journey. I don't upload much, but when I do, it's because I have a story worth showing. So sit back, relax, and enjoy one of my greatest Rust videos. Okay, we are in. I'm on a 400 pop server today, and I'm going to be building a, hopefully, unraidable base. It's a really cool design. Okay, if I grab this, I can make a bow. Okay, so looking at the map, I kind of want to build an X11, if no one else has built there already. In the middle of the jungle. That could be interesting. I had my eye on this area in the jungle, but when I arrived, I discovered the downside of being late to wipe. God damn, this location's taken. That's for sure. Oh my god, there's another base over there. I need to get up in the trees. But also, these guys had guns, and if I stuck around long enough, I might just be able to get one. He's farming right here. Oh man, I can make an Ioka as well. This could be the play of a lifetime, boys. Okay, fuck it, let's go. It's the jungle. Anything can happen. No, 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 no. Too much wood. Too much wood. I need to run, boys. Base location. Base location. Where? That could work. Oh. Well, that's good as well. Why is that not taken? This wooden 2x1 I'm building right now is the start of something great. We are secure. Let's go, boys. We are in a very good location. Don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. Yo, we got double barrel. Let's go. Is that a furnace at my door? Furnace. So the objective right now is to get that 2x1 upgraded to stone. And there's a lot of stone was around here, so I'm gonna go on a little farm. Not gonna lie, kinda ugly. Yo, those guys are chasing me. I'm gonna pretend I'm going in my base. Got him. Oh my god, bro. There's my tier 1. Then was that a tree that fell down? Oh no. Round 2. That grip might be free wood. Oh my god, bro, what is this wipe? I've already got enough stone to upgrade this base. Okay, so how this base works is basically random pathways going across the base. Well, this is like the first one here. Doorways leading to nothing. It's gonna have a TC hidden somewhere. Okay, I'm just gonna upgrade as much as I can before I run out of stone. While most base designs expand upwards, with this base we go in so many random directions that the raiders wouldn't even know where to start. And over time this would become mathematically unraidable. But for now, it was far from complete, and I had to get more stone. And we're out of stone. But while I was farming, I had my first encounter with my neighbor. What you say? Say it louder, please.
We're beginners, don't.
Oh, I'm beginner too. I'm friendly, bro. I don't have anything, man. I got a rock. Look. Rock. Oh, flake air.
Are you in Asia? Are you Asian?
Sawadee khap.
What's your nationality?
I'm Scottish, bro. Do you have a base around there?
That's our base right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're three.
Okay, can I tell you a secret?
Do you have someone with?
My base is that weird looking one. That one. Weird thing.
That's your base? What the fuck? Wait, can I go there?
Your base looks really nice.
Yo, I'll be friendly with you guys. If I see you, I won't shoot you, okay?
Wait, you wanna see our base inside, bro?
You know you shouldn't let people into your base, right? Got a fridge. And maybe these guys were too friendly, because next time he turns his back will be my moment to strike.
Thank you, Tarzan.
Bye-bye. I'm just kidding. Now is the time to buy a jack. jackhammer, so I'm heading to Outpost. I think having someone like Flaker as an ally could be very good, because he's a new player, and new players won't betray you, because they're still innocent. They haven't been affected by rust. Just trying to go to Outpost, man. Okay, if I recycle here, I should have enough for a jackhammer.
I hate, but you have M92, so I hate you even more!
Okay, we got our jackhammer. We should be able to get a good amount of our base upgraded. Good wipe, boys. I am happy. This has been a good rust wipe. Like, so far, there's been nothing to set us back. I don't want to jinx it, though. There are gunshots over here. Do I risk it with a roll and a half stone? No, not all the stone, bro. This death right here, it didn't just cost me a jackhammer, it introduced me to the grip that would haunt me for the rest of this wipe. Oh, and they live right next to me. Oh my god, they're huge, bro. There's so many. Oh, and they've discovered my base. Oh no. Oh, I got my jackhammer back. Well, not mine, but I got another jackhammer. Let's go. So, with my new jackhammer, I farmed as much stone as possible. And with the clan next to me, I made sure to upgrade fast. I needed this base to be unraidable if they ever attempted to raid me. This is madness. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. This is just totally confusing. This is gonna be one of the most difficult bases to raid that I've ever built. This is gonna be insane, bro. Yep, it's a mess, which means it's gonna work. Bro, so those guys said they were friendly. Is he shitting at me?
Sorry for shooting you, bro.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, don't worry.
I thought you were black. You were black from afar, from the window.
Racism.
No, no. Can you tour us inside? Though, can you tour us inside? What the fuck?
It's a maze.
Just live. Like, you don't have storage or
Maybe in here? Oh. Mwah.
Are you alone, Tarzan?
Oh, make him play, make him play. Oh, make an insane play, oh my god. Yo.
Yo!
Bro. Oh my god, bro. Huh? What's going on, man? Deep? What the fuck? I went deep with a fucking rock, I guess. I don't know.
I'm literally new to the game.
I broke your tool cupboard, but I placed new one for you, okay?
I'm not here. I'm solo player, bro. Okay, thank you. How, bro, can I ask a question? How can I upgrade my tool cupboard?
You need to like upgrade this as well. I know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, bro.
It's okay.
Bro, I'm being too nice, bro. I'm gonna die. Good. We place roof here. Okay, now you're good, bro.
Oh, bro.
So I just went deep on that guy and repaired his entire base. And then I did some more farming. I tried my best not to run into my neighbors, but they became hard to avoid.
Bro, why am I so bad, bro? Why am I so bad at this game?
For the most part, these guys were your average clan. Roof campers, bro, door campers, offline raiders. But one person in particular stood out.
Bro, you're beach, man. I over this, bro. Boom, boom.
This is Krosh, and I don't think he likes me. Oh my god, bro! He's loaded! No, man. It's Krosh, bro!
So bad, bro.
Bro, this guy! Hello, Krosh.
Friend, radio tonight. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Your best notes tomorrow.
I need to run. Get in the maze. Get in the maze. Before we continue, this video is sponsored by Rust Magic, one of the fastest growing offer back. Try your summer luck and use code Silent, and I wish you the bills, bro. Oh hell nah, man. What door is that, man? Shit! This isn't good, man. I didn't move TC in time. Where's he blowing? What door is he blowing, bro? No, that's not good. That is not good, man. What door is he blowing? What door is he blowing, bro? Oh!
Stupid base, you retard.
Bro, they're gone. He blew the door going to the outside, man. Oh my god, let's go. Something tells me they're gonna try and come back. I need to prepare. After surviving that raid, I finally decided to move the tool cupboard. I blew my original one up and placed a new one in a random area in this base. I also made some bedrooms for raid defense and expanded a little bit more, because it was clear they were going to come back. And if I wanted to survive, I had to strike first. This could be easy to raid if it comes to it. But there was a problem. A clan can farm sulfur way faster than a solo player like me, unless I wasn't the one farming the sulfur. Well, that's sulfur.
Ooh. Ooh. Is there turrets everywhere? There is. Gotta be a weak spot though. Oh shit. Look at that guy. Yo. It might be that rock. And that might be the best way to get in. I can kill those guys. That makes me want to steal their sulfur a bit more. I'm jumping blind. Here we go. Well, we made it. I got a feeling we can't go anywhere. Nope. I am pinned. I am pinned. Yeah. Damn, bro. Oi!
At this point, I believed it to be impossible, until a few hours later I came across this decayed base. It was loaded, but most importantly, it had a parachute.
Oh, parachute! No way! Go, 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 go. Okay, take it down, take it down. I didn't think this far. I didn't think this far into it, not gonna lie. I need to hurry. When they see that, they're gonna start panicking, man. Well, they haven't missed a single turret, man. Oh wait. Maybe they have. Bruh. That'll work. I can go get that.
Let's go! After returning to the base, I set up an electric furnace system to smelt the sulfur.
Nice.
It was going to take a while, so I used that time to upgrade the base. The base was big, but far from unraidable, until I brought in Thomas Tom.
Holy shit. What is the upkeep on this?
I haven't checked in a long time.
How long does this go for? What is this ugly wire? Do you remember where it is?
Oh no.
We're gonna have to make an automatic system that feeds the TC.
You can do that?
I can do anything.
So what do we need to make this base unraidable?
So we're gonna need all the electrical components like Tesla coils, shotgun traps, turrets. We're gonna need sensors. We're gonna need HV/HF sensors. We're going to need the laser traps.
And how much scrap is that?
How much scrap do you have exactly? Oh, let's see. Oh.
You need to come with me, okay? We're going on an adventure to get scrap, bro.
There's no gear. There's a
I know,
sword
I know,
here.
I know. For chill, I'm gonna make stuff. Those guys on the right, those are the guys that are coming to raid me, okay? That's why we need this scrap.
We gotta prepare. No, stop. What's in there?
Oh, look at Tilka, we're
Oh,
600
TC's here.
scrap. It's loaded. We got a shotgun trap. Let's go, man. That's what we need. Oh my god, look at TC! Using the scrap we had collected, we purchased all the items from outposts that we would need to upgrade this base. And when we returned, I placed shotgun traps, wind turbines, SAM sites, and the auto turrets. Can I get like a unreadable base. And I spent all day wiring everything up.
What exactly do you mean by you? Oh, both sensor powered up.
Okay.
And I don't know where you've been all the time. You've been eating.
Yeah,
And
well,
then
I
you went singing.
disappeared for 2 minutes, man.
You went to a singing competition.
Yes, and I won. But you're not Jackhammer.
No. Push him.
Yeah.
I hit him once. Good.
Yeah, he's stacked, man. Whoa. Was that fucking satchel raid, bro?
Go for it.
Hell
we're
yeah.
keeping the wood in here. Like some I got some electricity. Important stuff that no one else will ever do.
This has to be it. Nope. Nope, this isn't it. Hey, follow me, quick. Come here. Stand here. I share loot, quick, stand here. Oh my god. Yo, sir. Go build base, man, go build base. Oh, let's go.
Where we go?
A little bit. Oh, Bisman.
Bro, this guy. Can't even fucking be careful.
I don't trust him. Sorry.
Why your base look like a maze? You built alone ah?
I have no friends.
It's okay, you can sing.
What's up, Tarzan?
Hello.
สวัสดีค่ะขอบคุณค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
สบายดีไหมครับ
join with you.
Raid clan base. You see that clan base over there?
Wait, are you actually gonna attack that base?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not right now. We still need to find a rocket and we're good to go.
Just tell us when you're about to raid.
Yeah. I'll let you know in chat, okay? So, if we wanted to raid these guys with Flaker by our side, we still needed a rocket to research. And great timing, because we just heard a raid nearby. Oh, I heard the rocket. It's the tower. Come, fast. And we need to counter this as well. They landed on the roof, bro, for a minute, I think. But after getting closer and discovering they had landed on the roof,